Delegates on the line?
No, just you and Mr. James.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start once Division of Public Safety is on the line.
Inflation is something that
Edison Smith, East Sussex Chapter Vice President.
Curtis Yanito, Mexican Water Chapter President.
Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, Chinle Chapter President.
Lorraine, can you please make sure that you're documenting all of the chapter officials who are on the line and then the chapters that they're representing?
Hello, I didn't get the name. I know East Sussex Chapter, Mexican Water Chapter, and Chinle Chapter are on the line, but I didn't get your name. Can you please repeat your name? Thank you.
Ronald Silversmith.
East Sussex Chapter Edison Smith, Vice President.
Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, Chinle Chapter President.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Delmore on the line. Thank you.
This is Bernita Wheeler with Round Rock Chapter.
Good morning, everyone. I did say that once we got Mr. Delmore on the line, we would go ahead and get started. Mr. Delmore, is there anybody that's going to be assisting you with your presentation today?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chair. Chief of Police Philip Francisco is going to be assisting me, and also Captain Silversmith.
And are they both on the line right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Do you have a presentation that you have prepared that we can send out to the chapters?
I'm not sure if Lorraine was spoke to you last night. We did some information out last night.
Lorraine, did you send that out to the chapters?
No, I haven't sent it out to the chapters yet. I was gonna make sure, check in with Mr. Delmore first.
Can we make sure that the chapter officials have a copy of that? Maybe you can send it out to, I don't know, Lorraine, can you just make sure that they have a copy before we proceed with the presentation?
Okay, thank you.
Chapter officials who are on the call, if you could give us about 5 minutes, we're going to go ahead and make sure that you guys get a copy of the presentation before we begin.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is this on Zoom too? Or is it just a telephone, by telephone?
I believe it's also on Zoom. Is that correct, Lorraine?
I'm trying to enter the passcode.
Yes, it's on Zoom also.
Yeah, I'm trying to enter the passcode, but it won't let me. The 86515.
I don't think you do that for the Zoom. All you do is click the link and it'll take you directly to the meeting.
If you put in that number 562-628-2566, it should be able to connect you to Zoom. Thank you.
Let me try again.
And
Thank
it's
you.
on the flyer, the one that was sent out. Thank
I
you.
have the flyer and all that, but it's not letting me get the meeting code. It just goes directly to the passcode. That's why I'm trying to get to the meeting code so I can enter that. But let me try again. Thank you.
Okay. We don't have the link to the Zoom information.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. For those of you who just joined us, this is Chair Charles Newton. We are currently waiting. Lorraine will be sending out an email of the presentation that Director Delmar will be using. In addition to that, there have been some questions about the Zoom. So I think Lorraine is trying to get that fixed. So once we get that going, we'll go ahead and do a quick attendance just of all of the chapters that are on the call. Oh, Delegate Otto So is here in the room with me. So just FYI, he's listening in as well. So Lorraine, just go ahead and make note of that. So once we get all that information out, we'll go ahead and proceed. We have Division of Public Safety Director Jesse Delmar, who is also on the call with the Chief of Police, as well as I believe one of his captains, who is going to be assisting him with the presentation today. So if you just give us a few minutes. Lorraine, did you send out the presentation?
Madam Chair, I sent it to her development, and they usually have a mass email that goes out to the chapters. So I sent it to Ms. Jordan about 2 minutes ago. Thank
Okay.
you.
And did you send out, Lorraine, the Zoom information or the Zoom link?
Yes, I can also do that right now. I'll do it. Thanks.
Okay, yes. And then once Lorraine sends out the Zoom link, we'll go ahead and we'll start with just kind of a roll call to see who is on the line representing what chapter. That way we have that for our record.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes.
this is Mike Bilecki. Can I ask a question?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bilecki. Yes, you can ask a question.
Is this going to be a presentation across deputization?
Yes.
Okay, good. I thought I'd sit in case there's a nexus of state issues or what have you.
Yes, it'll be just that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Lorraine, did you get that Zoom information out?
Yes, Madam Chair, I sent it to Community Development, Ms. Jordan. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, hopefully they sent that out to, can somebody tell me if they've received it?
Zoom.
I'm not seeing an area to do chat. I'm on my phone, but I could be mistaken.
Sometimes with your phone, that's not available, that option.
Okay, no worries. Good morning, everybody.
Okay.
This is Lisa Bird, Upper Fruitland Chapter Vice President. Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, good morning. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we are going to start this meeting. Today is November 15th, 2021. The time now is 10:15. This is the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We are currently meeting via teleconference. We do have all of the, I believe, the Law and Order Committee members, we do have a quorum. So we're going to go ahead and start with roll call. Can we go ahead and, Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, everyone listening in on the call and LSC members. Roll call for the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting via telecommunication, November 15th, 2021, 10 o'clock a.m. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Window Rock, Arizona.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vice Chair Otto Self.
I am present here from Window Rock, Arizona also.
Honorable Vice Chair Otto Self is present. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, the independent delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, with 3 members present, we do have a quorum. We'll go ahead and proceed forward now to our invocation. Shanella, Honorable Vince James, can you lead us in invocation this morning?
Yeah, the Shanelle, Chair, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Ado Nana Sahasi do Kodo Shid Aya Itzokas and Liniki, Bayashkit Dolith. Kodem Hujon Dole Honchumus Party and Lane Dico, Quakayat Iska has Ame Echo. So there's in Liniki, Bench Hanana State Dole, Kodo, Now for Nation, Law and Order Committee. Vedit Nego A. What our AA. Hitochi do ben help ulzino e kodo not ni kliniki peshpas an ni kliniki or out a play leko. De con de nebekeya bakaki con de aya e lini de arsenal but be con aya e what out the honey do one the hot dot ligi do aya con but a hajo but ohin zini benachiko adult orche or des alcohol. Needs it. Dear, he knows I yet or it or nada star without the quick or sheet a bonnet or it not on any law in his horses level. Kodo alketa so alketa hana on the car coco. One adult in Tobaya did he adult a hoko, another did in law adult a hoko, but another did the level or a huge equal. Ado la ella behuilza topo otenitla en hiltahuel jish la coco. Big in cado big ehol jish con adot aho ella eco. Yad ehon happy gatas late to little or otahonesh ado ein has ado little cut out in saha case on hot ahiki or a consultant hil jish la coco. Hajo pat linigi beko yad ella eco. So there's in linigi bench hanana state or little con. Beshaho a ebena ella eco at one has anjeko. A one has anjek, one there's other hotters. Quanta del clethonas lodge ianats la nal gloshi bine yad elco bin con vegetan sado vegetats is na hol out nal gloshi con hit a holondo conge at a holon has unleco. Dag at the Hollando the quick or she beta in Nahas at the hot echo. Be not the il day as it be not the il day con. Send a dad 800 a dad a con the Hollon con heat the Hollon con. Or a huge a hot an has unleco con none set. Conch il tas a con adult a con. It's one a edition, it's a lot so they catch a con. So there's in Lini Beshaho at Linigi con Nahala Hajo back so there's in Heot Lash and Ebel and need out in Hilta Wedges. Ashla need long be need long a quite it las it need obey Nason net nane kato de son de snel ko mustad ili di ko wat ade ya it art sonje ko hasrido sani don le wait na do chief betat ne dahi ki ko art sonje enashni do le son de snel ko yat e no stan le ni beka nane da do le kha na halia do le chi jin ki e kon e yanda di kan le ko ko bi ne te to bi ne ta en hilta ko el chi le ko kha na halia do le son de snel wat ade ya ko شد ناقص ني سنا جن صوت زخلوك أصلي دبان فاتح نادل جون إيكو لا ويت يا جن سوي ناني كلود إيا إنان تشني دكو قد آئي هون صوت زن لنيبه أنا ناسي دولي هجنا سلين هجنا سلين هجنا سلين هجنا سلين
Ikeha Shanella for that beautiful invocation this morning. And I know that I was hearing beeping noises as the invocation was being provided, which means that we do have more people who are joining us on this call. Also know that I also sent an email out to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council, so your delegates are aware of this call and are aware of the purpose, or really the topic of today's call here on Law and Order Committee. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. What I'm going to do is, I don't know how many of the chapters we have on the line, so I'm going to start with the various agencies. That way we can make sure that we have at least one chapter from the agencies on the line. So we're going to go ahead and start off with Western Agency. Are you on the call? Is there any chapter on the call? Okay, not hearing anything from Western Agency. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Chinle Agency. Do we have any officials currently on the line for your chapter from Chinle Agency?
Rosanna Jumbo Fitch from Chinle Chapter President.
Tina, did you get online with that law order?
Good morning, Ms. Jumbo. If you can make sure your phone is muted. From Chinle
Charlene
Agency.
with Rock Point Chapter, DSC.
Charlene from Rock Point Chapter, we got you. Anybody else from Chinle Agency?
Bernita Wheeler with Round Rock Chapter.
Ms. Wheeler, we got you from Round Rock Chapter. Thank you for joining us. Anybody else from Chinle Agency? Not hearing anything else. I'm going to go ahead and move on. Crown Point Agency or Eastern Agency.
Good morning. This is Latanya Johnson, Rock Springs Chapter.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
George Topes from Casimiro Lake Eastern Agency.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your first name, Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Topes from Casimiro Lake Chapter President. Good morning.
I'm sorry,
Pandale
the
Chapter
gentleman from Casimiro Lake. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, but that's okay. We have also Pinedale. Who do we have representing Pinedale?
President Ruby Sophie.
Good morning, Mr. Sosi from Pinedale. And we also have Latanya Johnson. I believe that she did say Rock Springs.
Yes, Rock
Do we
Springs
have?
Chapter.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Do we have anybody else from the Eastern Agency? We have Latanya Johnson, Mr. Phillips from Casimiro Lake, Mr. Sosi from Pinedale.
Deborah Nelson from Manuelito. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Nelson from Manuelito.
Otto Chapter.
I'm sorry, who's from Pueblo Pintado?
This is Janice Arthur. Coordinator.
Good morning, Ms. Arthur from Pueblo Pintada.
Pinedale chapter is Ruby Sosi. I'm not the Mr. Ruby Sosi from Pinedale chapter president.
Okay, Ruby Sosi. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you.
Yes.
Do we have any other chapters from Crown Point Agency on the line?
It's Delegate Jamie Henia. I'm on the line. Eastern Agency.
Good morning, Delegate Henyo, and thank you for being on the call.
Represent.
Do we have any other chapters on the line from Eastern Agency? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the Fort Defiance Agency. Do we have any chapters from the Fort Defiance Agency?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Law and Order Committee members. This is Jalissa Johnson from Mexican Springs chapter.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson from Mexican Springs.
Good morning. You have Clorinda and Kathy from Santa Ana Lupton chapter.
Good morning, Clorinda from Lupton chapter. Do we have anybody else from Fort Defiance Agency who would like to announce themselves? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Northern Agency, Shiprock Agency, on the call?
This is
Madam Chair.
Mexican Water Chapter President Curtis Yanito calling in. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Yanito from Mexican Springs, I believe is what you said.
Mexican Water,
Mexican
Utah,
Water, I'm sorry.
Arizona.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Yolanda Francisco Nez for Anna's chapter. I'm taking notes for them and listening in this morning. They actually are in another meeting and do apologize. Wondered if I could also get a copy of the presentation that Mr. Delmar will be giving this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Nez, for being on the call representing Anna. Yes, we can go ahead and forward you that presentation. I believe I have your email address. I'll go ahead and forward it directly unless Lorraine has it. Do we have anybody else from Shiprock Agency on the call?
This is Chester Johnson, Anna chapter voter.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson, and thank you for being on the call. I believe we have Upper Fruitland, who announced themselves earlier today, who was on the call. Ms. Bird, are you still on the call with us?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm here. I'm Lisa Bird, the chapter vice president, and just want to thank you for inviting us to this meeting. And I will try to have one of the office staff take notes. I'm actually going to be in another meeting about 11 o'clock, but I'm going to be on until then. So thank you again. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed down. I believe Tuba City, we didn't hear any representative from Tuba City, but I'm going to come back around to Tuba City. Is there anybody who has joined the call since then representing Tuba City Agency, Western Agency? Okay, not hearing anything. This is who I have from the Chinle Agency. I have Rosanna Jumbo from Chinle, Charlene from Rock Point Chapter, Bernita Wheeler from Round Rock, from Crown Point Eastern Agency, Latanya Johnson from Rock Springs, Mr. Phillips from Casamaro Lake, Ruby Sosi from Pinedale, Deborah Nelson from Manuelito, Janice Arthur from Pueblo Pintada. From Fort Defiance Agency, we have Julissa Johnson from Mexican Springs, Clorinda from Lupton Chapter, From Shiprock Agency, we have Curtis Yanito. From Mexican Water, Yolanda Naz representing Annette, as well as Chester Johnson, a voter from Annette, and Lisa Bird with Upper Fruitland. Are there any other chapter officials who have joined this call who would like to make themselves known?
This is Tanner Begay from Tesalsacot chapter, the grazing official.
I'm sorry, you cut out there a little bit. I just heard, I believe it's
Tanner.
Tanner?
Yes, Tanner Begay.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining the call. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We also have Honorable Jamie Hanyo, who has joined the call. Are there any other delegates who are on the line? Do we have Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Edmund Yazzie who have joined the call?
Vice Chair Smith is also on the call. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith is also on the call.
Edison Smith, Vice President, Burnham Chapter.
Good morning, Chanela. This is Council Delegate Vince James. I believe I have Steamboat Commissioner, Steamboat Chapter, Commissioner Carrie Begay on the line, and then also Ganado Chapter, Mr. Willie Tracy Jr. is on the line as well. Thank you.
Who is Mr. Tracy with? I'm sorry, Chanela, Mr. Willie Tracy?
On Ganado Chapter, under Fort Defiance Agency.
Great, thank you for announcing them. So with that, we are going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We have review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you read the agenda into the record, please?
Good morning, members of the Law and Order Committee, and also those are all on the call. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 21st Navigation Council, regular meeting through telecommunication, November 15, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Otto So, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's no 5, receiving reports. A, report from Jesse Galmore, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety and Cross Deputy Program on the Navajo Nation. Some of the questions are, how many agreements / understanding does the Navajo Nation enter into the last 10 years? And how many agreements / understandings are in place today, 2021? And extent of these agreements, such as officers who are cross deputized can only cover a 50-mile radius. Officers are not allowed to arrest non-Indians, etc. 6, old business none, new business none. 8, close the meeting announcement and adjournment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for the agenda?
Delegate James motion.
And Vice Chair will second the motion. Thank you.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James, second by Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, we're going to go ahead and committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to review and adopt the journals. There is none at this time. Item number 5, receiving reports. We do have on the agenda report from Director of Division of Public Safety, Mr. Jesse Delmar, who is here to present information regarding the Cross Deputy Program on the Navajo Nation. We have begun with 3 questions. I would like to make it very clear at this time that if you have a question, you can ask the question. Just make sure that you state your chapter and ask the question. You can also email the questions to us. Lorraine, I'm not sure how the questions can be emailed. Perhaps they could be emailed to you. That way they could be forwarded to me. The issue that I run into is unless you have a Navajo Nation email address, the email actually gets sent to the junk box. That's really a Navajo Nation, I guess, policy that's happening right now. So it is a little bit difficult. You are also welcome to text me. Actually, what I would like is instead of just unmuting your phone and asking questions, I can create a lineup. So you can text me at 928-257-0476 and just tell me that you would like to speak. Just text me your name and the chapter, and I'll call upon you to ask your questions. Again, in terms of the questions, if you have any questions and you are a chapter official, if you should just text me so that I can create a lineup, and I'll read out the lineup as we start to prepare for questions. Again, the number is 928-257-0476. Lorraine, I'm sure you've got the Zoom meeting going, so if you can display that on the Zoom screen, that would actually be beneficial for the committee so that we don't miss any questions that are going to be coming through. Again, if you have any questions, please text me at 928-257-0476. Just tell me your name and the chapter you're from so I can call upon you. So with that, I'm going to also remind you to please mute your phone. At Law and Order Committee, we have a 0 tolerance for not muting your phone. That means that we are not going to warn you. We will go ahead and just hang up on you, and you'll have to call back in again. So please look at your phone and make sure that you are muted. If you are trying to speak, *6 is the key to push, and all you do is just push *6, and it'll tell you if you're muted or if you're not muted. Otherwise, make sure your phone is mute. Again, one more time, 928-257-0476. Text me if you have any questions. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call upon the Director of Division of Public Safety, Mr. Jesse Delmar. Are you on the line?
Shanada, this is Delegate James.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being on the call, Mr. Delmar. Shanella, do you have a question?
Just wanted to also mention the chat on Facebook. They can also submit their questions on chats to us.
Oh, are we on Facebook today?
I apologize, not Facebook, the Zoom.
Oh, on Zoom. Okay. Yes, on the Zoom, you should be able to also go into the chat box. So if you have any questions, you can also go into chat on Zoom, and I'll add you to the lineup. So with that, Mr. Delmar is present, and he is prepared to present his information. We did, again, start with 3 questions from the committee, and that's what he's starting off with his presentation. Mr. Delmar will have 20 minutes to present his information. If he needs more time, obviously we'll give him more time to do so. He has 2 agents on the line with him, the Chief of Police, as well as a captain, I believe he said Captain Silversmith, and I'm sorry, Chief of Police Philip Francisco is also on the call with him, who will be assisting him with his presentation today. So with that, Mr. Delmar, you have 20 minutes to present your information. And again, if you need more time, just let us know and we'll give you more time to get your presentation through. Upon completion of the presentation, we'll go ahead and open up the floor to questions. Mr. Delmar, are there any questions before we proceed?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. And again, we appreciate this presentation. So with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't the Vice Chair. I don't the Law and Order Committee. I don't the Mr. Henio, and the chapter officials from across the Navajo Nation. Thank you for joining us this meeting. In this meeting this morning, talking about one of the critical issues that we face here on the Navajo Nation, which is public safety, and which pretty much affects our lives daily. And one critical service that we provide is, of course, law enforcement. Law enforcement is indeed a service that is pretty much needed on Navajo. And of course, to this day in time, there's a lot of need for law enforcement, as we understand. We understand this because we receive information daily throughout the whole Navajo Nation. There's a total of 7 districts that we cover every day and every night too as well. So manpower is one issue that we face, and we've been addressing manpower for quite some time, and we still do to this day. And I was asked a question one time, what one priority was for the Navajo Nation, and my response was, we need more people. We need more law enforcement officers, detention officers, and criminal investigators on the Navajo Nation. So we've been working on this for quite some time, and continue to work on this to this day. The Chief of Police, Francisco, has done a lot in addressing manpower, and to this day he's still addressing, which he's going to be talking about and so on as to what he is doing from his office. As far as manpower is concerned, one item that we address too as well is the Navajo Nation Post. That is coming to fruition right now. We're going to be signing commission cards to all Navajo Nation law enforcement officers from across the Navajo Nation. All law enforcement officers to include the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. There's 3 law enforcement departments under this division. I know that once upon a time we had a police department over at the May College. I believe they were pursuing it still, another one still. And then NTU from Crown Point is considering it too as well. Then of course we have the Rainbow Police Department too that we issue cards to. So, hello. So this is pretty much to Madam Chair, there's some feedback. Interference.
Hold on. This is Vice Chair. If someone that's not muted, staff, can we get that individual muted? First warning. After that, we'll go ahead and kick you guys off. We always say this during the meeting, and and I think all individuals should know where the mute button is on their phone or on their monitor. Please mute your phones. Other than that, we'll have staff start kicking off people off the line so that you would have to redial in. But again, Ashwin, to mute your phone. And
Thank
Mr.
you.
Delmore, we're very sorry.
Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, the person who was not muted actually just now muted their phone. So if you guys from Navajo Nation DOJ, please make sure your phone is muted. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was talking about the Navajo Post initiative that pretty much is pretty much final. So we should be signing, like I said earlier, commission cards for all the Navajo Nation law enforcement agencies from the Navajo Nation. And what this is going to do is it's going to provide authority to enforce Title 17 and Title 14 of the Navajo Nation Code, and also some other codes that we enforce too as well. So we're working on some agreements right now that this is going to be coming reality here pretty shortly. So this is intended to address the manpower shortage that we have currently on Navajo. So I think this is going to be coming here pretty shortly. And then most of all, and there's usually a question. As you may know, there's some presence of outside law enforcement agencies on Navajo, which would be the state agencies, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, the Utah Department of Public Safety, their Highway Patrol, and the New Mexico State Police too as well. They have a presence here on Navajo. And then the county agencies too as well. I believe we have about 13 county agencies that we work with daily, on a daily basis. So, and the question is authority. Cross-commissioning from us to them, and then from them to us too as well. And that is the whole purpose of this meeting this morning, is to talk about cross-commissioning. As I informed you just a while ago, that the Chief of Police's office, he did a lot of work on this. The captain, as mentioned, is Ron Silversmith. He is with us too this morning. So we're going to be talking in particularly about the process of commissioning outside law enforcement agencies to enforce our laws here on Navajo. We're going to talk about the current status as to how many people we have commissioned up to this point in time. We're going to be talking about a standard agreement that we are recommending with these agencies too as well, and also the pending items that we have, not only with us but with our legislative department and executive branch too as well. So let me, at this point in time, give it to the Chief of Police of the Navajo Nation, Philip Francisco, to talk about cross-commissioning and the current status that we have currently. Chief Francisco.
Good morning. This is Chief Philip Francisco. Thank you for all those who are attending. Good morning. So we have quite a few different agreements. And over the years, there's been a lot of different versions of it. So recently,
Chief Francisco. I do apologize. Yes, we have two numbers that are not muted that is resulting in the echoing. Phone 505 ending in 221. If you could please mute your phone. And then the other one is, there's actually three numbers that are not muted. We also have a phone number ending in 131. If you could make sure your phone is muted. Again, 505 ending in 221. If you could make sure your phone is muted. It pops up on screen when your phone is not muted. So I apologize for interrupting you, Chief, but we want to make sure that the information that you're going to be conveying to us is obviously something that we all hear. Also, 928 ending in 703. If you could make sure your phone is muted. Lorraine, can you work maybe with speaker's office and find out how I can get control? That way I can either mute people from this end or I can hang up on them from this end. Thank you. I apologize for that, Chief. The floor is yours.
703 is me, by the way. So I'll continue on. Thank you. So we do have active MOU agreements, and they're not cross deputization. They're basically cross commission agreement. Sorry, I closed my door. Cross commission agreements and mutual aid agreements. So they're not really cross deputization. So that's a misnumber. At one point we had 33 agreements, not just with law enforcement agencies, but we had different agreements with schools, the casinos, different agencies, social services. So we had a large amount of mutual aid agreements. It just really outlines, mutual aid agreements really outline what everybody's responsibility in responding to, some kind of crisis or event and what everybody's role is. So it's clarified. And it also clarifies some legalities and gives them authorization to do certain things, saying that we agree that this is going to happen. So there's a wide range of those that we had. But I think the biggest topic we're talking about now is our agreements with our other law enforcement partners. So for the most part, most of the law enforcement agencies around do want to have these agreements. It's mutual beneficial for not only our department, but their departments, so we all can do the job that we needed to when it arises. So these are mutual agreements that we mutually come together and agree to do. So not one agency or one entity is doing this by force. We really have to agree to come together and agree to these agreements and cross commissioning. A lot of them do, but there is some problems with some agencies, especially in New Mexico. There's a little more hesitancy for the sheriff's offices to enter into these agreements because there's a lot of legalities and their legal laws and some of the New Mexico laws differ. And so they're really hesitant to come into these agreements for those reasons. Some are much more willing to go forward and can work through those with their legal department. Some, they don't want to entertain it at all. But we still have those open communications and open working relationships with all the departments. And that's really what it's based on, working relationships. And that's what my department is working with these other organizations to make sure we all understand our roles and we can mutually respond to calls for the benefit of all our people everywhere. So these agreements don't mandate that, a sheriff's office or a state police officer or any officer that has a cross-commission agreement that they come and take our calls or it's really based upon their availability and what's going on, because they also have their limitations. They have their own area they have to take over in police, and they have their own set of, government and citizens that they are required to respond to. And so they have to very carefully decide, which calls they can come help us with. Obviously, we all understand, I have a working relationship with all these departments that we have meetings quarterly with the state police offices, the sheriff's offices, and the border towns to make sure we all understand what our roles are. And we all understand that if there's an emergency, we're all going to respond together and we're going to help each other. And we keep those open communication and dialogue. And some of these mutual aid agreements, cross-community agreements, they just kind of formalize that. When something happens, who's going to take the report? Which court is going to be filed into? Who's going to supervise? Who's going to file the charges? Those were what's outlined in these mutual aid agreements. So in that packet, we do have we kind of revised the the documentation, the mutual aid agreement / cross commission agreement with DOJ a few years ago to really standardize it, and it's a template. Now, this template is not 100% what is going to be in every single mutual aid agreement, because every agency that we work with, our state agency, sheriff's office, they all have different legal teams. They all have different insurance and different things. So it's a negotiation between their legal department and our legal department. But the template that you have in front of you is the one that we start with. That's the baseline. Some of those things are required by DOJ to stay in there, so there's not much wiggle room in that. But there is a negotiation that goes back and forth between whatever agency we're going to get the cross commission agreement with, back to our DOJ, back and forth until they come to an agreement. And then it has to go through the signature process, the 164. And I'll let the DOJ's line, I'll let them talk about how legislative is involved in getting these moved forward also. So we do have, and in the last few years with COVID, we were unable to hold some classes. So if they do want to do cross-commission agreement, there are some requirements that the state agency, the off-reservation officers have to take a 16-hour course on Navajo law and procedure and cultural issues. So when they do respond to calls on Navajo, they know what is required of them, which court to go through, which documents to do, and they understand what our laws are. Because it gives them the ability to arrest and take it to our court. They don't take them off the reservation, they take it to our courts here on Navajo. So they're required to take a 16-hour class, but because of COVID, we weren't able to do those. So at the beginning of this year, we started those classes back up, and since then we've trained 65 officers, and 33 of those have received their cross-commission cards, authorizing them to file charges and take action on Navajo Nation within our jurisdiction. And we're continuing that because there's mutual aid agreements that have a lot of officers that haven't been able to go through that class, so we have another class set up. So by the end of the year, we probably have over 100 off-reservation officers, non-Navajo officers, going to be cross-commissioned to do their job. Now, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that this is not a solution to response or the crime on the Navajo Nation. It only authorizes them to help us when emergencies arise, because they still have their own duties and they can't be patrolling our neighborhoods, on their own. Some of them can, some of them have the ability to. State police in Arizona, DPS, has a little bit more leeway to have more officers on the highways. But some of the county agencies, they don't have the staffing to come out to Navajo and do patrol. They'll help when emergency calls happen, but that's kind of where we're at. We're at the agreement we have with everybody. We have a mutual understanding that we will help each other in emergency, but we can't do each other's job because we have other obligations. Navajo officers have obligations for our citizens. I'm sure Navajo Nation citizens don't want my Navajo officers to go off the reservation and start, patrolling their neighborhoods or giving citations off the reservation, because we have our officers needed here on the Navajo Nation, and vice versa. Their citizens have the same expectation, but they all understand we're going to respond to emergency calls when there's nobody available, and that's what these mutual aid agreements, cross-commission agreements, really solidify and give authorization to, so we all can help each other. So as you can see, the document kind of outlines a lot of those questions. And to answer the 15-mile radius question, that is not anywhere in any document or any kind of anything that my officers or the partnering agencies have in their dialogue at all. It doesn't matter how far, if there's an emergency, they're going to go. There's no mile radius limit or anything like that. It's when we call.
And I'll be back in 30 minutes.
So that will complete my presentation for now, and we can back to you, ma'am.
Thank you for that, Chief. I do apologize. Mr. Silversmith, make sure that your phone is muted. We did hear somebody from your phone saying that they're going to London.
Okay.
Mrs. I'm not sure. L. Sewing Gama, I believe, SEWEINGYAWMA. Your phone needs to be muted. Lorraine, I need control of the Zoom meeting so I can mute all calls. I apologize for that, Director Delmar. Again, LSEWEINGYAWMA. Make sure your phone is muted. Thank you. Director Delmar?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to give some time to Captain Ron Silversmith too as well.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Go ahead, Captain.
Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, the Law and Order Committee. Some of the cross-commission agreements or trainings that we've been having. According to the agreement, some of these agencies, municipal, county, state agencies, they're required to take a 16-hour training course before they get certified as cross-commission Navajo law enforcement officers. So some of the course topics that we incorporated into the lesson plan is cultural awareness. In the we kind of teach them as far as what the boundaries are from a traditional perspective. Then one of the other topic is an hour of community policing. And the other thing is Navajo Nation Police District in the court system for an hour. The Navajo Police Department SORNA program, a sex offender registry program. They get an hour's class of that. Navajo Nation Bill of Rights for an hour. And then we also cover criminal jurisdiction for 2 hours. Navajo Nation Criminal and Traffic Code, Title 17, Title 14 for a good 5 hours. Title 9 for an hour of class. We also talk about extradition and detainer laws for the Navajo Nation for a good 2 hours, and that totals up to 16 hours. So those are some of the curriculum courses that are required for these outside law enforcement agencies before they get certified under Navajo. So February 5 and 6, we did do a class out at Twin Arrows in Flagstaff. So we had Arizona Department of Public Safety, Apache County Sheriff's Office, Navajo County Sheriff's Office, Coconino County Sheriff's Office. So we actually cross-commissioned a total of 32 law enforcement officers from each of these agencies. I think the largest group of attendants that we had during that class was from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. There was 22 officers. The next class was in August 30 and 31st. We had it here at the Winter Rock Unified School District Administration Building. Again, that was primarily for the New Mexico side. We had 14 New Mexico State Police officers that attended that class. Now, Sandoval County Sheriff's Office, McKinley County, Socorro County Sheriff's Office, and one Apache County officer. Then during this class, we cross-commissioned a total of 33. So again, that's for the New Mexico side. So a total of how many officers that were actually certified as Navajo officers comes out to 65. So we have another upcoming cross-commission training scheduled for next month, December 20 and 21st at San Juan College. It's continued training for more New Mexico State officers, more Sandoval County officers, Socorro County Sheriffs, McKinley County Sheriffs, And also attending that class is going to be the Utah State Highway Patrol, San Juan County, Utah Sheriff's Office, upcoming NPD training in the calendar year for 2022 is just more continued training for Arizona Department of Public Safety officers and Page Police Department. So if you go to some of our responses and questions to the Law and Order Committee's questions, how many agreements and understanding has the Navajo Nation into in the last 10 years? We kind of track back to 2012. So back in 2012, we had 3 agencies, New Mexico State Police, San Juan County, New Mexico Sheriff's Office. There was also Gallup Police Department, but that was never fully executed. Ado 2013, Navajo County Sheriff's Office. Mutual aid agreement, 2014, we had 1 Coconino County Sheriff's Office, and that was for the purpose of the Twin Arrows Casino that was opening up. Loop area. 2015, we didn't have any activity as far as outside agencies entering into agreement. 2015, we had 1 Page Police Department. 2017, we had 1 Arizona DPS that renewed their agreement. 2018 and 2019, banda state the concern class at the yada 2020 4 I think Arizona DPS is in the process of renewing their cross commission agreement, so they've been attending our classes. Apache County, Navajo County, Coconino County. So for 2021, we had 7 agencies. This is just based on their attendance to the classes. So more agencies, I guess, are joining into the cross commission agreement. Again, class number 2 indicates Utah State Highway Patrol in San Juan County, Utah. 2022 schedule for again, DPS and Page PD. I know there's a Hopi Police Department trying to enter into agreement with them. I think that is basically pending either with DOJ or OPVP for their legal review. So the other question is about how many agreements and understandings are in place as of today. Again, with some of the pending agreements, either with DOJ, some of the reviews that are pending with DOJ or OPVP, and then some of the existing ones. So we have a total of 8 agencies that we have been certifying as far as going through the class and actually becoming Navajo officers. So a total of 22 Arizona DPS officers. Apache County, we have 5. Navajo County, we have 4. Coconino County, we have 2. New Mexico State Police, we have 14. McKinley County, we have 6. Sandoval County, we have 8. Socorro County, we have 4. So these numbers are going to increase after the next 2 classes that are still pending with our agency. Again, that totals back up to 65 officers that we have available, both Arizona and New Mexico side. So, some are pending with DOJ or some that have current MOUs with the Navajo Police Department, either are approaching expiring or have expired or are currently being under review. And extent of the agreements pursuant to the nation's, this is the question about Officers who are cross-deputized can only cover a 15-mile radius. Officers are allowed to arrest non-Indians, etc. I guess we'll talk about the extent of these agreements. Again, this is taken from a standardized format that we had worked with a part of legislative and Department of Justice to provide us a standardized format rather than trying to come up with different formats for different agencies. Even though we came out with the standardized format, as I talked about earlier, Chief Francisco, is some of the rules, some of the laws, some of the processes are different for Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah sites. So they do minor amendments to some of these agreements based on their laws and their legal attorney's review. So by these agreements, outside law enforcement officers are not restricted to a 15-mile radius or even consider a radius agreement. Let's say for an Arizona DPS officer that works out of Flagstaff, so it doesn't really matter whether they cross Navajo police districts, as long as they're within the state of Arizona. Some of them actually come out to Window Rock along interstate to work or assist the Navajo Police Department with the drug interdiction patrols. Then we talk about fresh pursuits, those that come off the reservation or into the reservation. Some of these agreements talk about how state agencies can come on to the Navajo Nation based on some of their mutual aid agreements that we have. So we have had other agencies, even City of Farmington, Gallup PD, during Navajo Nation fairs or any other big special events that we have, sobriety checkpoints, they assist us with some of these areas, drug interdiction enforcement, drug interdiction investigations, BIA. Outside law enforcement officers can arrest both Indians and non-Indians. However, Indians are transported to the nearest Navajo Nation detention facility, as opposed to non-Indians are transported to county detention facility. St. John's, Bidot an hitten at arbeids in the Tabahotsan either lid Yahata if we're state certified, if we arrest non-Indian, our officers, based on the state certification, can transport non-Indians to St. John's or off reservation county detention facilities, so long as the officers are certified either with the state of New Mexico, state of Arizona, or Utah. If a Navajo Nation officer is not certified, what normally happens is another Navajo Nation state certified officer in the presence of that officer can take care of the arrest or the investigation. Officers that are currently law enforcement certified have been providing some police service. They shut the Newlands area, Arizona DPS, Patty County Sheriff's Office. They do assist with some service calls, depending if they're Navajo Nation certified or not. Most of the time they help us detain offenders, or they either wait for our nation officers to respond to some of those incidents where a McKinley County Sheriff's Officer may, within the immediate area, نفس اللغة البونده na الكهبة هالجش so تخيت his anigi the creates and nigi hata because is hata so on the even the county officers, as long as they're within their county lines on a Navajo Nation that's running through Navajo Nation, they're authorized to conduct these arrests. So this is basically the presentation that we are providing, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I have a conclusion.
The floor is still yours, Mr. Delmar.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I just want to let you know that there is a federal component to law enforcement on Navajo. The gentleman from Casimiro Lake, the president, his name is George Toth, and also Chairman Henio from the Eastern Agency. They're online with us too. Pretty much they are aware of us too as well, that there is a federal jurisdiction component in Indian country. So these folks, and you're aware of this, Madam Chair, Ms. the husband is a former prosecutor of the Navajo Nation Prosecutor's Office, is that there is a federal component. And they pretty much cover major crimes that happen in Indian country. So something happens that is like a felony on Navajo, the federal courts. And we work daily and every nightly too with the federal government. And usually it is the FBI that is on Navajo responding to whatever it is. Could be a homicide, let's say, for instance. And that we work with daily with the U.S. Attorney's Office from the 3 states, which is Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. I want to mention that too as well, is the federal law enforcement component that it has a presence here on Navajo. Daily, they're here with us. We converse with them daily too as well concerning major crime on Navajo. So with that, Madam Chair, we will stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that information, Director Delmar, Captain Silversmith, and also Chief Francisco. We also have the documents with us as well as they were sent out. Just as a reminder for the chapter officials who have joined the call late, I just now double checked, we do not have a chat box on this Zoom call. So if you would like to get into the lineup for questions, please make sure that you text me at 928-257-0476. That's 928-257-0476. Let me know that you do have a question. Right now, I do have 2 people in the lineup. We have Tanner Begay, who is from East Sokad Burnham chapter, who is on the call, has a question. And then after that, we do have Yolanda Francisco from Aneth, who has a question. So since this concludes the presentation from Mr. Delmar, from Captain Silversmith, and Chief Francisco, we're going to go ahead and open up the call right now to questions. So we'll go ahead and turn the floor over first to Tanner Begay. Tanner?
Good morning, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm Tanner Begay. I'm the grazing official with Peace Officer Cod, Burnham Chapter. Ashchi Shlo, Nakai Dana Bashichi, Hoas Lana Dashache, and Kesachini Dashanala. I am very thankful that your committee and the Navajo Police is working on coming to mutual agreements with other law enforcement agencies so that the Navajo people can be provided with their services. It is, the Navajo Nation is a very large area, and when, for instance, for an example, when a community member from the Peace Cod Burnham chapter calls the Navajo police for any kind of matter, we'll say domestic violence, for as an example, it usually takes 2 to 5 hours for a Navajo police officer to respond. And with this cross commissioning, I really support that. I support our Navajo Nation police officers. The question I have is, with the Navajo Nation Rangers and the Navajo Nation Police, can there be a cross commission between those two law enforcement offices? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So right now, the way that we're going to handle these questions is the question will be asked and I'll turn it over to Division of Public Safety to answer the call. I find that when we have a lineup of questions, sometimes questions don't get answered. So with that, we're going to go ahead and give the floor back to Division of Public Safety, Mr. Jesse Delmar, to answer the question that has been posed by Tanner Begay. Mr. Delmar?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. To President from the Burnham chapter, Mr. Tanner Begay, thank you for your question. I don't know if you recall, but I did talk about the Navajo Post. Post is the Peace Officer Standards and Training that the 3 states that we are in right now, they have that. They have standards and training for the certification purposes of law enforcement folks who work and reside in these areas. For instance, Arizona Post. Arizona Post, once you get certified to do this, then you are authorized to enforce criminal law and also traffic laws within the state of Arizona. Same with New Mexico and same with Utah too as well. So what we did was we were working with a law that was ongoing, that was pending for quite some time. I understand that it was enacted back in the 1950s, and we still had that law. And that law stated that the authority, it talked about the authority of the Navajo Nation Rangers. It doesn't really talk about specifically the Rangers, but it says the park officers, and that sort of evolved eventually into Navajo Nation Rangers. And we still had that law up until about a couple of years ago, where we said that, we need our own standards, we meaning the Navajo Nation. So we did that. The council pretty much approved it and signed by the Navajo Nation president that we have this in place right now. So we have our own Navajo Nation peace officer standards and training in place right now. As I mentioned just a while ago, we'll be signing commission cards here, even for the natural Division of Natural Resources officers and other officers, other Navajo Nation law enforcement agencies from across the Navajo Nation. So, that would become a reality, Mr. Begay. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for that, Division Director Delmar. So with that, Mr. Tanner, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the next person on the lineup. We do have, just very clear, you can again text me 928-257-0476 to be added to the lineup. Right now, we do have Miss Yolanda Francisco Naz from ANIT, and then we have Curtis Yanito from Mexican Water, who are currently waiting to ask questions. So we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Miss Yolanda Francisco Naz from ANIT. From ANIT.
Madam Chair, the other thing I think we need to let them know is that *6 need to press. Thank you.
*6 to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, and Law and Order Committee and Public Safety and Law Enforcement officials. Thank you for the presentation that was given today. She'e Yolanda Francisco Nez Yinshet Kabahan Shlendo na Kaidina Abashichin na Kaidina Adashichedo Bastashinale Tehotui Danasha. I am the director of Restoring Ancestral Winds, which is a nonprofit tribal coalition here in Utah, offering training, technical assistance, and policy and advocacy for Utah tribes. And a chapter is, unfortunately, officials are unable to be here today due to other meetings that are happening at the same time, and they send their apologies. So they've asked me to take note of today's meeting. I do want to just, I do have a few questions actually, and I'm just going to go through the questions and then you can answer as needed. This was very informative, and I'm do appreciate the highlight that is made in the agreement that answers how many agreements and understanding has the Navajo Nation entered to in the last 10 years. With under 2021, you've got Utah State Highway Patrol in San Juan County, SO-Utah, under Class 2. If you could help me understand the distinction between Class 1 and Class 2, as well as I would like to know how we can help facilitate a meeting with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Utah and yourself to get the agreement signed. We have heard from constituents in the Utah Navajo area that they really do want to make sure that there is agreement that does exist and that they have police presence from the UHP and also San Juan County. Then my other question is, are you open to other trainings for officers? For instance, I'm not seeing perhaps in the curriculum training particular to the missing and murdered Indigenous women. That would be, we offer training to law enforcement, both tribal and non-tribal. And so we would be willing to have a discussion about maybe what your needs are, and perhaps if we can help to fulfill those needs. Also, would it be, I want to know if cross-deputization agreements exist with the White Mesa Ute law enforcement as well, which is located on Utah. And also wondering how Navajo citizens and local communities can help assist police. As you know, we do not have a public safety facility, a fire or police, primarily police on the Utah Navajo side. And we would really like to see that happen. And of course, the ANA chapter does thank the Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee and public safety officials for helping them achieve funding for a public safety substation in Aneth, Utah. But again, I want to know how Navajo citizens in local communities in Utah can help assist the police, because we know that there are numerous challenges that they have in addressing crime across the nation, particularly crimes that are happening in small communities far away from your major towns that are in Arizona and New Mexico. Thank you very much. Check your hat.
Sorry, my
Chair, Vice Chair. Hello.
Mr. Delmore, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I think there may be some audio issue. Can go ahead and answer the question. Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the question from the Aneth area. We do appreciate what you do too as well in supporting us, and thank you for your question and sort of give us some idea as to what the voice of the Southern Utah Navajo Nation is asking. I will answer your last question first. This is concerning what can we do as Navajo citizens in helping public safety. Pretty much some things that happened there. There was some search and rescue efforts that happened, involving, unfortunately, some people that were lost, not only in the waters, but on land too as well. We really appreciate the people, the Navajo people coming out and volunteering to help us in searching for the missing. And we greatly appreciate that. We as a public safety entity, as a law enforcement entity of the Navajo Nation, we certainly welcome the help of the Navajo people. I just want to mention this too as well. From the public safety under the Navajo Nation Emergency Management, we have a department who is willing and always is training some chapters from across on community and how they can help and so on. So we from the public safety, we are involved with training communities and training chapters too on a community response plan, which is great. I will defer your other questions to the Chief of Police with regard to the White Mesa U, if we have a MOU with them, the Class 1, Class 2 question that you have. One item I can answer to as well is the U.S. Attorney approving MOUs or MOAs with the Navajo Nation. Usually when these MOAs happen, they're directly with whoever the agency that we're dealing with is. It could be the Utah Highway Patrol, which is the state, or the San Juan County Sheriff's Office, which is a county entity. So and that's how it usually works when we do agreements. But let me give it to the Chief. Chief Francisco. Or Captain Silversmith.
Madam Chair, ado shenantai, ado are nighting kitty. We appreciate all the questions that everyone has. There might be some things we missed that we need to improve on, but so when we talk about class 1 and 2, when you look at how many agreements understanding has Navajo Nation entered into within the last 10 years, class 1 is referring to the August 30 and 31st class that we have. Class 2 is basically just the upcoming class that we have coming up in December 20 and 21st. Then as far as incorporating MMIW, the class, these are legal classes that is recommended by DOJ in order to certify officers. Eventually, we do have independent meetings as far as MMIW or missing persons. When we talk about that, most recent class we had was up in Aztec with BIA, some federal officials, county agencies, regarding how to conduct or work as a task force on missing person classes. So those are separate objectives that the department's been working on. And then as far as White Mesa, Utah, the Ute tribes, BIA, as far as that area is concerned, I think it's a small reservation. My understanding is they have very minimal police officers in that area, and there has been statements made by BIA whether to have special law enforcement commission officers, federal officers to assist in those areas. But so could BIA commission, special law enforcement commission, those are some of the officers that we use when BIA requests for coverage on other nations. Our drug enforcement program officers are SLEC certified, and then they're also Title 21 certified through the federal FBI system. So, you see, and I think I may have covered some of the things that the kind lady was asking. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. Can you all hear me? Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I am here in Winter Rock. I do know that sometimes the Wi-Fi can get a little bit wonky, so I apologize if I do lose everyone. Vice Chair is on the line, so he'll probably be able to assist. If we both accidentally get off the line, then we do have Delegate Vince James and Honorable Eugene So, who can also assist us at this time. So with that, again, I'm going to make the announcement. If you have any questions regarding the presentation that has been provided to us, please text me and let me know so that I can add you to the lineup. Right now, we do have Curtis Yanito, and then we have Delegate Raymond Smith, who is in the lineup. But before I proceed forward, I would like to ask Ms. Yolanda Francisco Nez if her questions have been answered.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, there's Mr. Cook. I'm trying to get on the question lineup.
I'm sorry, your question keeps going in and out. I didn't get your comment.
Just want to get on, join the crowd with questions and recommendations. My name is George.
Oh,
Toth.
your name?
George
Toth. Okay, thank you, Mr. Toth. We will go. George Toth. We'll go ahead and add you to the lineup. So with that, since we haven't heard from Ms. Yolanda Francisco Naz, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Mr. Curtis Yanito from Mexican Water has a question. Mr. Yanito.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Delegate Yazi.
Yes, Madam Chair and members, I am online. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you,
this is
Delegate
Yolanda
Yazi.
Francisco
So with
Nez.
yes, Ms. Francisco Nez.
I do apologize. I did have one question unanswered. That would be being either Mr. Delmar or Captain Silversmith or Chief Francisco. Would it be helpful for us to facilitate a meeting with San Juan County, UHP, and the U.S. Attorney General's office with your department?
Director Delmar.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I didn't get the question. Chief, are you on?
Director Delmar.
Chief Francisco? Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, Chief? Madam Chair, I didn't get the question fully. Can you help me?
Yes, Director Delmar, the question that was posed is, how can we facilitate a meeting with the U.S. Attorney General's office in Utah and the Navajo Nation to get an agreement signed? I believe that was the question that was posed by Ms. Francisco Nez.
Madam Chair, I think I can probably answer that.
Chief, the floor is yours.
Yeah, to answer that question, we did have meetings with Utah Highway Patrol up in Bluff, Utah. And also they've been communicating with their legal through them. So that's how far we're at with Utah DPS is they did attend the Twin Arrows training, but there was some hiccups with the language in the cross-commission agreement. So there was a revisit on it. So it's been fixed, and I think it's going through the process, and which is why they're in the lineup for the classes that are going to happen. It's just a matter of getting our leaders to sign the agreement when it becomes available for final review or approval.
Madam Chair, Delmar.
Go ahead, Director Delmar.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say too, as well as when we're talking about agreements with the state or even the county from Utah, it doesn't necessarily have to be approved by the U.S. Attorney's Office from the federal government in Utah. But however, we can set up a meeting with the U.S. Attorney's Office with whatever issue you may have with Utah. That shouldn't be a problem at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. This is Yolanda Francisco Nez listening in for Anna Chapter. I do want to say that on Saturday, this coming Saturday, November 20th, there is a meeting taking place.
Ms. Francisco Nez?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but we do have to have order in our meetings, so please don't speak unless you're called upon. Thank you. So with that, Mr. Delmar, are you finished answering the questions that were posed by Ms. Francisco Nez?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Delmar. Ms. Francisco Nez, does that answer your questions? Ms. Francisco Nez, did Director Delmar answer your questions?
Thank you, and I do apologize for interrupting.
Thank you, Ms. Francisco Nez. So I'll go ahead and let you finish your comment, and then we'll go ahead and proceed to the next person on the list. Ms. Francisco Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to let our public officials, law enforcement, and Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee know that they are invited to participate with Utah Representative Angela Romero and Utah Senator Dave Hinkins on Saturday, November 20th from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. We are having a Utah MMIWG task force meeting held in Bluff, Utah at the community center. And folks are welcome. We have been attempting to reach out to Chief Francisco to make a presentation along with our FBI and the Attorney General's office, and would really like to have everyone there that can comment on law enforcement, crime, missing and murdered Navajo women and girls or people. And if you have any questions about that, you may call Restoring Ancestral Winds, and we're on the website at restoringawcoalition.org. Thank you.
Ms. Francisco Naz, this meeting that's scheduled for November 20th from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, is that a teleconference call or is it an in-person meeting?
That particular task force meeting can take place in person, online. People can write a letter, people can send an email, people can also leave a voicemail. And all that information is listed on our website. Again, that website is restoringawcoalition.org.
Thank you. If you could just send us the information, that way we have that with us. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next person in the lineup. We have Curtis Yanito from Mexican Water. Mr. Yanito, the floor is yours. Second call for Curtis Yanito from Mexican Water. Are you still on the call? *6 if you need to unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm here. I was muted. Thanks for reminding. Law and Order Committee, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak on behalf of my community. And I want to use my Law and Order rules of order, speaking in Navajo. I have questions on my, I got a few questions. Cross-deputizing that, it always referring to highway, like 191, the Kao Sadla Nazdase, that's what I noticed at the time. But a lot of it we're a community to a border town. Off-road violations that any alcohol and drug abuse that and they're transported freely on dirt roads. Or that the cross stepizing and then as far as ceremonies that you guys talk about though, so that ego aid they're considered as a party places. I don't the Bakita in the housing that Atlantic has ango called let's say the housing rodeos that dance halls that any of the accord you go 80 but not 80 the family abuse that we thought you go the auto hospitalization that is causing a lot for our nation. That would be my number one question. A off-road violation that if gets the cross stepizing. I don't know kick on cells surveillance cam that any given legal alcohol band or you transport that into the Navajo Nation called the whole gets injured. I don't abuse that up with that investigation evidence. It other need the nay other changes elite that no the what any the surveillance as net or little as cross deputizing. And then I got another question 3 going to a class offering to know about the Africa who the officer was giving the presentation on their age limits. A lot of us, we're up at that age, we're not physically strong to, arrest somebody or something like that. Is there any part that we can, participate as far as helping out communities or reporting incidents that any with criminal investigation? Without any day, there's young girls that they don't want to get involved in violence like this. So it's in class with that, and it was just about it job wise. My third question though, and then my fourth question would be federal law. No need on and the way I look at it is, that when they pass a treaty with the Navajo Nation, the FBI should be the one that has the automatic investigation over the reservation of any kind of incident. So I the question told the last 4. Yeah, my name is Curtis Yanito from Mexican Water Chapter.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Yanito from Mexican Waters. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Division Director Jesse Delmar. Director, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't, Mr. President from Mexican Water, Mr. Yanito. So thank you for your question. The item that you're talking about on deputization, it's not really deputization. It is what we refer to as cross-commissioning. What happens is that we give the authority to, let's say, Arizona DPS or, for instance, in your area, I think it's Navajo County or Apache County. We give them the authority to enforce Title 17, which is the Navajo Nation Criminal Code, and also Title 14, which is the Navajo Nation Traffic Code, whichever. It is not limited to the state highway. I know that, for instance, in your area, it's US Highway 160, but it applies to off highways too as well. when we give them a commission card, they have the authority as any other Navajo Nation police officer to enforce Navajo Nation code. So it's not only limited to the highway, but you have to understand too as well, like for DPS, their main responsibility is a state highway, which is 160 coming through your area, through Red Mesa, between Red Mesa and, let's say, Mexican Water, or Benahozo, all the way up to Kanta. And when I was there at one time, they used to have a one DPS officer living in that area, and his main responsibility was the four corners on the Arizona side, and that's what he enforced. And we have a retired Arizona DPS officer who's listening in on this conversation. His name is Mel Cody. Mel used to live in Kayenta, and he pretty much took care of U.S. Highway 163 and U.S. Highway 160. The Arizona DPS officer-in-law, he did that. So, but as far as the commission is concerned, it applies not only on the state highways, but it includes our dirt roads too as well. The federal law enforcement item you talked about too as well. BIA, Office of Justice Services, BIA law enforcement is our oversight, and they have a presence on Navajo, and of course the FBI too as well. But do understand that the Navajo Nation Title 17, Navajo Nation Title 14 is pretty much applicable to the Navajo Nation tribal courts. However, if it's beyond that, then the federal courts get involved. And it's sort of complicated to really understand, and it takes a while for, let's say, for one individual to understand. But, there's pretty much primarily three jurisdictions on Navajo, which would be the Navajo Nation courts, the state courts, and also the federal courts. So it really depends on who the individuals are, the accused, and also the victims. It sort of gets complicated sometimes to understand, but we work with this daily, every day. So with the rest of your questions regarding surveillance and some of the items that you raised, let me give it to Captain Silversmith to talk about. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Director Delmar. Captain Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Secondary roads, where sometimes we talk about dirt roads when we talk about secondary roads, although all our Navajo Nation BIA routes. There are some county agencies and some state officers that actually patrol these secondary roads. Banana Bebes Anija Aja Belagana da Ada Chedits on Des Basigi Ikadates Inso Nikido Banhas out Aja Stot Abenda and Nishigi Chedits of Lane his Cladigido inspection de Snisa and Nikido Nhabe has out Sat Shine Kahot Ben Natis ado any bayes ki sto kude etlanda aspansida kude le kinit lej bkha kwaage dandat etnis kwaage khatil zido ku kwaage kwaage ya hata nisto kwaage dat il soda hata kude ton schonda ya hada yehda kwaage sto kude chandat etnis lo kwaage khatil zido sto ni ka natcha kude abtsi ishtijda اللقانة بس اللاجدة خيدته يلتسين إن في أكوجة أبي كجو تبغى هوتسن واريا بخز أجي أبي أكو يهدا يني لو هتا خاص السيد دو أهتا أشكدا هتا أشكيل ديلنش. So I guess that kind of goes back to the question of jurisdiction. So when we do cross commission, a lot of these state, county, municipal officers, sometimes we find them that they're on Navajo Route 15, that they stop the Navajo individual. Na yi loud kon hisahodna da nkhate so da adet ni tan de yeto ado ata ich da ne shot jo in le da hon ni yisigi kwaage da awushoshi kwaage nkis la kunde ton nilchigi na hadla hata bati tsa atle biga kwaage salam da nisla jo when we talk about jurisdiction on all roads of Navajo Nation, and that's one of the things we talk about during the class is, you know, how far they can go, what they can do. Nana age limit hatninigi. Ado jobik iti tchadan de kunde eniten da krege kunde. Saladish lichtan zinigi 21 years of age, Bendachaho, a Kohanda, in his lava, Bault age, Bayahot, Tido Bahos, George Kada, Sahut in a Odishna in the 18, Bidacha, the Nishna Kwage, and Hitnas Ladish Litanzo, at Sahat Abi has on in Nadia Hatashi, Dachayada, Nile. Da kwaage ben da hat out halit out di recruitment hat ninigi da altraigi hotta hotta altraigi halit adiku salada do le hatnoda police explorers program da hatnoda ba yada tie le look an tie ja kin khada do ta no aje hotta ot khabaz anje so aje high school students khit the Nebasala at Otlehi, the Hatos, after Adonle, Navajo Technical University, their law degree program, law program, by the time they reach age of 21, they'll be able to reach the age requirement, not only, you know, graduating from high school, but also having a law certificate from the college, and also benefiting the Navajo leadership within the police department with those degrees. So, Nana federal laws, BIA, as far as getting special law enforcement commission. Kodo should not see that is not trying control had she the the had she see the Kodo Kunde, the Hain Snido, and Shakudo, who the one has anag, Quaggy, Sanda Hatley, the domestic violence, no the Ado, but Nasha the Kodo, substance abuse, no the Kodo, the Hain Sneaking, Ada. Juk at a means a lot of quilshi, while your Bahan or your that is called Hanlin, a Kodo Yeg, a Bahas Adan Hanlin. So, but Nashka Kodo, Allah, Shadat or Sis, a lot of Quishi, other Quil in the Kodo, who the drug enforcement unit had nada. A Aja bootlegging, meth manufacturing, drug smuggling. For our canine program. They received their special law enforcement commission and then their Title 21 federal commission to try to take some of these cases into the federal court system. Just like the FBI and BIA agents aren't always available. So this is some of the steps we've been taking to try to introduce a lot of these cases directly into federal court through the Title 21 deputization with FBI. So the question, but the initial, شننتعادة نحلين نفط قادة دايس نفط أنا جدو مقادشين خبيناه أو شيء يجو جون كيسن دعوتيلنا إيشها.
Thank you for that, Captain Silversmith. Director Delmar, does that conclude your answering of the questions that have been posed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yanito from Mexican Water, have your questions been answered?
Not on the age limit. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Yanito, we can hear you. The question regarding the age limit, I believe.
And then
that they did answer the question.
And the other one is that the youth graduates that we have in law, criminal law, is, you know, like a lot of these young, like are young teenagers that completed their course. I mean, their law enforcement education, wants to go in law enforcement, but they don't want to, you know, deal with, confront with the violations of criminals. And is there any other potential avenues or department that they can work in? That was my question. And then my other question was, can we establish like our own service working with like Utah State? And I covered a Utah and Arizona portion, San Juan County and Apache County with my chapter. It did delegates auto so nita lay window rod you know, like the way that you guys report on these things, you know, it seems like all these enforcement that's going on is all in those areas somewhere. They tuba cities that in the large city areas got a roadblocks that any out here in the rural area, you know, we need a lot of those kind of service. Even like if this is possible, that if it can be established with the state of Utah, could you if this was so. But that'll be my question to yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Yanito. Director Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, we always are looking for people to work for us. And the jobs that we offer from public safety, they're pretty much professional jobs. And especially now in this day and age, I think we have the younger folks who are better educated now than before. I spent a lot of years with the Navajo Nation, working for the Navajo Nation, and I see the trend to where education is a must. Although we really don't have a requirement for police officers to have a degree, but it is encouraged. But for the other positions, as you go up in management, there is a requirement that you have to have a BA or at least a degree And preference would be criminal justice. So we are needing a with the Navajo Division of Public Safety, whether it's law enforcement, criminal investigations, fire, EMS, and we encourage, put out a and we encourage our own talent, our own young people to come and join us and to help us. I think that what they teach at the college level and at the university level is pretty much applicable. And pretty much what we teach at the Navajo Police Academy, it is applicable 100%. I can tell you that. We encourage our own people, yes. So we employ a lot of the Navajo people. And I'm an example. I graduated from a Navajo high school, went to a university to work for Navajo for a lot of years. And, it's something that is personal to me that I want to do. And I continue to do that. And if we encourage our young ones, like you're saying, sounds like that you have a heart for our kids. Yes, encourage them. That we have jobs, we have professional jobs here on Navajo that we offer to all of our Navajo citizens. Come and work for us and to help people and to help our own people. That is pretty much the way. And let me give it to Captain Silversmith to talk about the age limit too as well. Captain?
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Delmar. Captain Silversmith, the floor is yours.
So when we talk about our age limit of 21 years of age, I know we get a lot of intern students that come work for public safety that express interest in Navajo law enforcement. One of the things we encourage is to, if they haven't reached the age of 21, is work with the Department of Corrections. A lot of us veteran officers actually started within the jail management program as detention officers. And then until we've reached the age of 21, the doors open for us into the academy. So a majority of our senior officers started with that program. And then a lot of our officers that have also served with the police department. Also at times, once they get their degree and they pass the Navajo Nation bar exam, they become prosecutors. And I think we do have example of some of our fellow, law enforcement officers that have taken that route. Internship program is a really big recruitment. And then for ourselves internally, some of our office specialists, some of our young administrative staff, we encourage them to either go back to school or consider becoming an officer. Like Department of Internal Affairs had an office specialist that unfortunately, she worked for Gallup PD, but, she really excelled herself with the Gallup Police Department as a Navajo officer going up into detective division. From Wunderot District to work for another agency up in Ute Country. So we do a lot of encouraging from our part. Although another thing we've been proposing, an idea we've been proposing to some chapters is Sala agisi itano to anhi the chapter at the chapter government level de sala de banda hasni sala be e banda hasni to khaydishi ni away ni siyaj atishi bana khaygi kunde yinel anshi e kode e dos trato ajabet on nito ade khanda listole khatno children, youth, that are interested in law enforcement. If a chapter, is in dire need of officers to be working within the chapter community, we do encourage, chapters to try to follow or mimic, like what Kayenta Township is doing, is creating an internal law enforcement program. I think we've discussed some of these ideas to various chapters at the chapter level. That way we graduate your officers and we send them back to your chapters to primarily work within that chapter boundary. So those are some of the proposals, thoughts, and ideas we have been sharing with various communities throughout the Navajo Nation. So establishment of service, there's, since I've been an officer for 37 years, there's some community members, they but let's see that I guess those are some of the questions that have to be answered by our legal departments as far as liability concerns, detention programs. I know with our drug enforcement operations, we get a lot of people that send their videos or they tend to fly those over houses to take pictures of bootlegging operations that are ongoing, but then there's always the question of how were these obtained. Those are some of the things that the questions were challenged with from the prosecutors as far as how evidence was obtained. So I know our Navajo Police Academy does some self-defense training for some chapters, some Navajo Nation programs and departments. But as far as self-protection, those requests have to go through the Office of the Chief of Police. Training da yoke da no da journal schedule del on the krisha. So little nas not with addition and krishi na kidigi. Thank you.
Captain Silversmith, Otto, Mr. Curtis Yanito, Naden's kid. Does that answer your questions?
Oh yeah, it's only in that. My question was also the establishing a service. Utah because unedit on with the state of Utah law enforcement. So a lot of times they could prior to the grazing committee, Mr. Begay, there's livestock theft that any though net you had not there's a lot of violence here. And then once you make a call, report this in. Just like you said, it takes a lot of time for the police officers to show up on site. Could you Utah, but not in the square, that together, but it was not Zindo late. And in our community, there were some like manslaughter that happened, and then this individual is still in the community. When they yet, proceed with some kind of action, I guess it's all up to the state of Utah law, or a lot of times, they defer the incidents to the Navajo Nation instead of the state of Utah. A reservation kai hot ida no so azita is nindo to banda ho izita into the Navajo Nation justice cases and with those kind of questions. If we establish some kind of service here with the law enforcement, what we can save lives and do a new law for our communities. If we can establish some kind of service like that within our community. Yeah, quite a yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Yanito, so I believe that they did answer that question, and they said it's a liability concern that it would probably be up to the attorneys. So do we have Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the line?
Madam Chair, this is LaTanya Johnson from Navajo Department of Justice. However, before providing additional information, I would need additional clarification from DPS as to what exactly they need a response on as far as liability issues go. As you know, Chair, the Navajo PD and criminal investigation do have a 638 contract that are governed under the Federal Tort Claims Act in the event there's any type of liability issues. The FTCA issue is with my colleague Arita, so before answering, I would need additional information from DPS as to exactly what they are requesting from DOJ as far as liability goes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for being on the line, Ms. Johnson. So just for clarification, I believe what Mr. Yanito is talking about is, and this is just for clarification for DPS and then also DOJ, the question that he asked is, can we establish our own service working with Utah State? This was the follow-up question from his original question, which was, basically asking, what can be done so that they can control the crime within their communities. I am assuming that since Mr. Yanito is a chapter official, he is talking in terms of his chapter, whether his chapter can establish, whether they can establish something with, other jurisdictions to try to control the crime within their community, which is why he was asking that question in conjunction with the age limit and what people can do who are not physically strong. And so he did ask the question, can we establish our own program in our community? And so he also went on to state that crimes are being committed, police response is slow. He understands jurisdiction, but if they could establish some type of service agreement with law enforcement, they could save lives and do new laws for their community. At least that's how I'm understanding. Navajo Nation Police Department did respond and state that there are questions of liability. I guess if somebody were to get hurt, it would be, who would be responsible in that case. So you did bring up 638 contracts. That's where we're at right now. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Director Delmar. Actually, let me first turn the floor over to Mr. Yanito. Mr. Yanito, is that correct in the way that I explained your question?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Yanito. So with that, Director Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President from Mexican Water, Mr. Yanito, for your question. I am going to suggest that you work with your local police department. We have 7 districts, You're right in the middle of Shiprock and Kayenta. And the contact person, if you have a pen, if you could record his name, is Captain Red Horse Olia from Shiprock. He's a community-oriented police officer commander from Shiprock. He's always interested in working with our community. Then from Kayenta, the same result too as well. His name is Martin Page. You could contact either one of them. I think that the district lines doesn't really necessarily have to be a barrier, but the district lines between Shiprock District and Kayenta District is around between Red Mesa and Mexican Water. And I'm not sure what they have in place right now as far as community outreach to our youth too as well. But certainly, Mr. President, if you could reach out to Captain Red Horse or Captain Page, they would certainly be able to help you and work with you on what you're asking. Let me, Madam Chair, if you may, give some time to Captain Silversmith.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. And then also just for clarification, which is, I think, the liability question, can a chapter reach out to a different, maybe to the county or to the state and enter into an agreement asking for police protection? So I think in a roundabout way, that was really the question that was posed. Mr. Yanito, is that correct?
Yes, that will be correct. And
Mr. Yanito, the floor is yours.
you know, this has been going on for a long time, and a police officer for like housing in Mexican Water, at the trading post over here at Mexican Water. So it just happened again because we're on the north side of the boundary of Navajo Nation. We have a border right here by the San Juan River. There's a beer sale going on. And then down in Bluff, there's one. And then down in Mexican Hat, it's been going on. Along this river on the Navajo Nation side, there's a BIA routes that people goes to. Prior to this pandemic is that stay home policy. Navajo Nation you decorate the a lot of the Arizona were coming down here, to this area here. Around the Cojuto Bluff and Mexican Hat, Baja, and then it seemed like all these people that does all this beer run thing, they've been exposed to the COVID. What's that though? All this happens during on holidays. Not like that's why I'm saying, maybe you guys need to start doing roadblocks on holiday seasons. So late also nita the winter they sana tas nita in those areas they like these roadblocks about not better. So if you called to the San Juan County, Utah, just law enforcement called you, late Chinley to call and then you call down there, they don't see the late shipwright call none lena. And then, the police officer will show up until probably the next day, until all the crime, whatever activity that went on last night, that's to contaminate, to dissolve it in the under. So a lot of the evidence, people are getting away with it. So I thought, we need a quick response to establish some kind of service with each agency, though in the rural areas in the because we're facing a lot of disturbed people here. Just recently, we have a family abuse center, not open in Blanding. That's example. That's where all this criminal activity is coming from. And it seems like it's just all scattered all over. If we can put it in one roof,
Thank you, Mr. Yanito. So with that, hello?
This is Anna Chapter would like to comment.
Actually, you need to get into the lineup. You can text me at 928-257-0476. What I'm going to do is, if it's just a comment, I will go ahead and recognize that after the question has been answered. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over back to Division of Public Safety. I believe Director Delmar called upon Captain Silversmith. I'd like to remind all of the participants who are listening right now to make sure that your phone is muted. So with that, Captain Silversmith.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Madam.
Establishment of service. I guess we're more talking about establishment of police service rather than taking matters into my own hand type of a question. Basically, that's what I was responding to. But Captain Red Horse, we have our executive command managers meeting every Tuesday. And that's one of the things Captain Red Horse talked about for the Utah portion of Aneth and Bluff and those areas is that to the possibility of establishing a sub-office up in that area, because you already have a court in the prosecutor's office, I believe, in the Aneth area. So I guess one of the things I always propose to chapters case in point is Luk Ajigay area. I know Luk Ajigay area is really kind of a lot of crimes occur in Luk Ajigay. So my meeting with Honorable Slater and the chapter staff there was so they kind of pointed to a vacant veterans building. So they kind of gave us that building to work with to make a sub-office for Chinle district in order to get quicker response in that area. So it's a law. They knock the ni kin does either hard to leave she nazin that quite but I think Captain Red Horse is kind of already dealing with that request out in his area of command of the Utah portion of Navajo Nation. Bootlegging by we do have a drug enforcement program that deals with that. sto aja bikidin shio hata sala yin darnish ukunda in igisin yes it dagi ya Sergeant Tyler Litchwood ya aja bananish edo aja hata bikahodin aja salaman isto aja das kata de shatnigi. So a lot of these requests can be emailed directly to the attention of the chief of police, and we kind of disseminate those investigation requests as time permits. So I just kind of want to clarify that, Shanantai, I think I had a misunderstanding of how the question was being portrayed, but as far as establishment of service, I think it's a pending project with Captain Red Horse, and he'll be the person to go directly for those answers. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Captain Silversmith and then Director Delmar. I believe that there were two questions that came out. And again, I think that these will probably be questions that will be, I guess, Navajo Department of Justice may have to answer these questions, but they're clarification questions. The first one is, can a chapter enter into an agreement with other law enforcement for police protection? Number two, clarification from Mr. Yanito's question is, can a chapter assist to put up a roadblock to deter alcohol from coming into the community? Those are the two questions that have not been answered. I'm assuming that they're probably because that's where DOJ might need to provide some guidance. Director Delmar, I will leave that to you if you can answer the questions. If not, and you need DOJ to answer the questions, please let us know. Again, the question for clarification is number one, can a chapter enter into an agreement with other law enforcement for police protection? Number two, can a chapter assist to put up a roadblock to deter alcohol from coming into the community? Director Delmar?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I just wanted to clarify that. The Navajo Police Department of Criminal Investigations, the Navajo Nation, they are pretty much deemed as the primary law enforcement agency from the Navajo Nation. So any efforts having to do with enforcement, community involvement, and everything else, the preference is that the community work with and through the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Police Department in whatever efforts they have. Hopefully that answers your question. Madam Chair, I'd like to give some time to Mel Cody. He's a retired Arizona DPS officer who has worked 160 all the way up to through Mexican Water, Red Mesa, to the Four Corners, and to have him provide some perspective from the state side, if you may, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Director Delmar. Before I go to Mr. Cody, Mr. Yanito, I believe that the question has been answered. Mr. Delmar stated that Navajo PD and criminal investigations are deemed the primary law enforcement agencies from the Navajo Nation, and that any efforts regarding enforcement, the community needs to work with Navajo Nation PD and also criminal investigations. So with that, Mr. Yanito, before I recognize Mr. Cody, does that answer your question?
Completely, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Yanito. So Mr. Delmar would like to recognize Mr. Cody, who is a retired police officer. There was a question that was posed earlier regarding the dirt roads that span across the Navajo Nation and whether the Cross Commission covers this. So we're going to go ahead and allow Mr. Cody some time since he does have some comments to make about that. Mr. Cody?
Yes, this is Mel Cody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Cody, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Wanted to just clarify that first. Thank you, Madam Chair and Law and Order Committee, Director Delmar, Chief Francisco, Captain Silversmith, and other leaders and dignitaries on the call. I appreciate all what you do for the nation and your service. Thank you for allowing me to just to comment. I don't have any specific questions. Just like Director Delmar said, I'm retired Arizona Department of Public Safety. We have other names, Arizona State Police, Highway Patrol, State Trooper. It's all pretty much the same thing. Again, my name is Mel Cody, retired, but I am from the Loop area. And Donut Shenigi, but I named Schle, Zoe, that's his Tachi, that's a Cheado, Nakaidne, that's a Nalahutai, the Nenschle. I worked for the Arizona Department of Public Safety for 30 years, and to make a long story short, I started out my career working in Winslow, and then shortly after that, went to Kienta. That's where I met Director Delmar, and he was in charge of criminal investigations at the time, I believe. However, that gave me a good perspective on working on Navajo land, retrospect to Arizona State as a whole. And prior to coming there, I had to meet the prerequisite requirements of the Navajo Nation law, policies, and regulations as well. So I had to go through this cross commissioning, is what we're all here for. And I just want to just say that I want to advocate for the importance and the necessity for cross commissioning of all law enforcement officers that have that mutual aid agreement with the Navajo Nation. You know, it's not a perfect system, obviously. And if you listen to the media nowadays, of course, you can gain another perspective as well. But bottom line is, as law enforcement officers, like elected officials, we have to raise our right hand and give an oath. And that's what I took profoundly. And I wanted to serve with integrity and with the utmost respect of the people I was serving. So, you know, like the military, there's a lot of different branches of service, but they all have the same goal when it comes to wartime. Law enforcement, no different. You have a lot of different agencies, but the goal and the objective is the same, and that's to protect the Navajo people as well as the American people. So that cross commissioning is so important because, you know, we've always been shorthanded in law enforcement when I was working, and the case hasn't changed now, maybe even worse now. So if we have the same goals and objectives, why can't we tackle the problems with support of other agencies? So, you know, with that respect, I have firsthand knowledge that works extremely well. And the mission gets accomplished collectively on a collective effort if we collaborate with our other law enforcement agencies, because bottom line is we're here to protect the people, and it shouldn't matter who it is. But there's as a state agency, we were kind of viewed as a big brother as well. What I mean by that is we had to support our other law enforcement partners. Some have the resources, some have the ability, some have the skills, and then there's certain technical areas, maybe they didn't have any expertise. So that's where, as Arizona Department of Public Safety, we were able to offer that. And I'll use a couple of examples. Sometimes you have a very complicated motor vehicle accident involving fatalities and whatnot. So you need a technical experts in order to investigate that properly. A lot of times you have some issues like conflict of interest where the Navajo Nation really can't get involved in investigation. So they'll call an outside agency. And I say this because I remember assisting Captain Silversmith years ago with a public employee corruption case. So there's those types of instances where we can assist. Now, the important thing about cross commissioning as well, and working with our other law enforcement partners, is that we have to continue to embrace that and support that, because if you have a Navajo Nation officer just on the other side of the border requesting help, But let's say we don't have a good relationship with that law enforcement agency and they're not cross-commissioned. Now that officer is having a little bit of liability issues, not that he's not wanting to help, but he doesn't want to overstep his authority or jurisdiction. And, in that case, that could cause some problems, and vice versa. So that's just a quick thing there to be aware of, because there are some liability issues, obviously. Nowadays, being short officer retention, I'm sure Mr. Delmar and Francisco probably got a few more gray hairs, just thinking about this. How can I recruit more officers? And this is a nationwide problem. So, with that, again, cross-commissioning helps because agency assists comes into play. So we have to keep that door open. And the pandemic, the last couple of years, that didn't help anything. That just made the situation more dire and worse in some cases. So manpower issues are always going to be the problem. And as we heard from other individuals, chapter leaders, and from the public, that there's some valid concerns out there. And certainly there's not an easy answer for it, but I'm sure working with your local community law enforcement agencies, community policing, just getting involved and inviting them to your meetings like you are now. And let's see if we can't have collaborative efforts and collectively tackle these issues that we're all talking about. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll give the floor back to you. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cody, and for providing those recommendations and also comments in support of Cross Commission. We appreciate that. So with that, I believe Mr. Yanito's questions have been answered. This is the lineup at this time. We have Delegate Raymond Smith. We have George Tolf. We have Nora J. Morris. And then we have Elmerson from Aneth. So we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Delegate Raymond Smith. But before I do that, let me remind everyone, if you would like to be added to the lineup for questions, please text me at 928-257-0476. So with that, Delegate Smith, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Delegate Raymond. Oh, there you are.
This is Vice Chair Smith. Good afternoon. Yeah, Dave. Law and Order Committee. Justin Daggy, Chairwoman. Yeah, the Bushkizo, that's Daggy, Chanela, at Jason Ambikija. The Law and Order Committee members, I know Sniggy, Ashdod, Chennai. I had heard Edmund Yazzie earlier. Brother, I'm glad to hear this, John. Yeah, Cross Commission. It's been very long to actually see this happen. Couldn't have Jones just yate John. Yeah, then he not so loud the way yet that he know. I just hit so loud that he know. Wow, what done now? How we saw she's casting. Yeah, that's no start though. She been in now, cool. Yet kid though, not you know, the kid. But she ne, she da ha. Then yeah, and his lao, but that will yado. I don't not Tata haliado hoda. My son hit shade at Egi don't have chin don't hit so kinella kida. I don't hit kid and lenigi. I see Obahatsu Obahan, Aquicha. A question and Adida, the Shinigi, Vice Chair Smith. They doubt these things. The best is in Schlido, the Chili Bushes. No, I should do not create a Shinella. Budget and Finance Committee, I just trusted the. A sad 23rd Council, I just Law and Order Committee, I just Shinan Shishla. A Cody, Code, Bandat, any. Johnny, yeah. Although called the Nanati, Benadishnigi, a Dana, quite the more
Salah Nahailti, Awadina, Nina, the Nelly, they'll try to treat no. I don't bad Ada, so that's the bad Ada. She, Anandley. Yotzis, I don't later da. She the Bamayaji Yahorne. Could a heck couch, yes, fish. Don't hide it. Wait, beta seed. On his eye, yours with the Azanda. For 911 call Ilya. For Awadina, Salan High Day. You can't lay. Navajo police, out of the Sitzada. Call Ada Agi Jonia. I'd like to commend that police officer, Nakani Yagi. She's a young lady. Give her accommodation of responding. She's very professional. In addition to the cross commissioning, Ado Alpadina, Apache County, K8, Wobadini, Jacan, the Alholian Shoda, where did the Belton need trade tea. For Barcons and the Belton Neze, I seen that the stone. So I lay back of a go at it, but was Awadina, K8, Apache County, Basilwood caution and that on Senegi. I think this cross commissioning is going to really help on behalf of that. So Ahudin now Jekatintra. I don't lay it Descado and they set now as what freeway. I don't hear unless you but I know as what call the net on his was there that you can't. And later on the key called you can't do Azanda. For the sound of a key, you can't. I found another one. They're from this area, from community of Tessaan. What Obahashnet did. Called Mayaja. She'd not the door. She'd Nakish to a day. She'd yo what Ila Nelly Bedate. She did space away. She'd sit night style. And not sure what I what that Bedate the no Hashi here. A question of that commissioning again. Apache County though, Navajo Nation though, state that Agi, man with a weapon. So that Agi we need to although 911 social and that Jesse Delmore did 911 called the Lado and later the St. John's, St. John's, the Kujif Winter Rock. I want to say thank you for the response wasn't 2 hours or 3 hours, it was like at least about 20-25 minutes, maybe the mix of the I could be wrong, maybe it was even sooner, but it was happening real fast. The other thing I want to say too, Shananda, I think that the law enforcement ought to invest in drones. So when there's something like that happens, they need kidon later nanata. Okay, by a husband. I show could look. Okay, you can capture them quicker. Unnatural was what Jay was. They if you've got a head start, and it's going to take you a while to catch up to them. But I think that should be one of the things to invest in. Maybe we could invest into the drone system because that would really help solve some of these criminal activities during the daytime, even at night. So. But what I want to ask is, Shananda, is Dita cross commissioning. I heard that the natural resources enforcement officers will be cross commissioned. Okay, are you going to open the academy for them too, so that they can be cross commissioned? But now they already go through that training. They will go through that, or we could just send them to BIA, and then they could take maybe a week's course over at the academy, so that they could be cross deputized to fill in the gaps. I know that you said earlier, Dita, that they're not going to be 100% police officers, but they'll fill in the gaps. na sa lao no nigi hanadot hota shpaz indeed shenantada no finigi not the state though Apache County with that out of federal government. And I think that's one thing. The other question too is continuous training. Once you're certified with the cross commissioning, you have to maintain certain amount of hours in that county that those state that so ajit cross commission ajin kadole kushi Kedikyo, Anacha, you have to have either 8 credit hours, 16 credit hours, or either 40 credit hours. So, without dig kid, but not you continue to have that commissioning card. So those are my questions, and I want to say, Jesse Delmore, Ado Chief Francisco, Ado Captain Silversmith for pushing this and getting this at this point in time. Donna, I seen it actually happen, and I was thinking, how'd you not cross commission? That's this in Apache County, and that was Sergeant Brody, I think it was. He's been with the Apache County for many years. And then there was other officers that came, younger officers. They were the ones that were tracking, so they were very professional. I want to say they ought to get some kind of a recognition saying job well done. They were very professional. They were tactful, and they were out there. They even parked their vehicles. They were out there scouting the area, looking around. They did. They just say, "Oh, Kashina was take a report," and they really took an effort to find this person. That person has really did some damage, and I know that we're going to be on the report, Chairwoman, on the 22nd. This kind of pertains to the same thing that's happening within this community. I see Methodist page. We need cross commission. We need officers out here to respond, whether it's natural resources to hold down the fort till the police gets here, or the county, or the state. The aunt was really frantically worried about her niece, and she was like, I don't know, he may, he's got that but this case, she kept saying that, and I said, well, but how did that teacher coordinate prosecutor but so this was the only incident, and it happened before, and that's what I will report on the 22nd when we go to the Law and Order Committee. Reason being that there's more to this incident, but I don't want to go into that detail. But those are the questions I have, I don't know, Finigi. The last question I have is, the SLE C card, Arizona Post, Josh, or if they don't, are we going to be getting those? So we can work back and forth. I-40, and it runs from the state line all the way to the Painted Desert, and that's where the jurisdiction of Navajo Nation, that's state, county, and Apache County, Navajo County. It goes like that across the Navajo Nation. So, I don't know, hey, allow for letting me speak on this behalf, Chairwoman, and Dada Hasyash, Water, Salau Donald Finnegy. I also allow Sodan Finnegy happy belated Veterans Day. It's allowed Sodan Finnegy, Benanishako, Salau, because they're already geared to boot camp. Though they're ready to be warriors, so they come over to be warriors on this side to take care of us. And so I want to say all the police officers that are veterans for your service, and continue to provide services out there and be safe out there. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith. So the questions have been asked. Just as a reminder, if you would like to get into the lineup for questions, please text me at 928-257-0476. We have Delegate Raymond Smith that has just concluded his questions. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Director Delmar to answer the questions. Director Delmar?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. On the Vice Chair Smith, thank you for your comments, the encouragement that you gave us. It's very encouraging and touching too as well. And I want to recognize you too as well with regard to the Navajo Post. You were the sponsor of the Navajo Post initiative. We really appreciate that. And I remember the vote at the end, and it was pretty much positive, and it was received very, very, very good at the end. So yourself and Chairman Yazzie, Edmund Yazzie too as well. Thank you for your efforts too with this initiative. When I went through the Navajo Nation Police Academy, we had some Navajo Nation Rangers that went through the academy, and they were certified as full police, 100% police officers at that time. Not knowingly that we had this Navajo Nation code back in that was established back in 1950. At the time, but we did certify a lot of law enforcement agencies. In my class, for instance, we had some folks from the Navajo Rangers. We had some folks from Dene College that graduated with me. And we'd like to get back to that same stage. And I'm certainly feeling encouraged by your words, sir. Let me give it to Captain Silversmith for any further comments. Captain?
Captain Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the big praises goes out to, Delegate Raymond Smith Jr., who I had a chance to serve with while he was a lieutenant with the resource department. I was a patrol sergeant here in Windrop District, and I think that's where we kind of first talked about, he proposed the idea of Navajo Post. And many years later, I guess just, advocating for these good ideas, that come from my former constituents, to make it, a reality to this day is pretty good. So, Mel Cody, so one of the things that Honorable Smith talked about was with his area, new lands, for Navajo Police Department to have one officer assigned to new lands as a part of the relocation for some of our people. We have a sergeant and 2 officers actually assigned to that region. So that's a part of the agreement with the U.S. government and the nation to have law enforcement out there. So and we do have 2 drone operators are certified. One is with DEM, Harlan Cleveland, Windrop District. A police officer, Dershawn Begay, is a certified drone operator, and we have been using them and deploying them for these purposes of search and rescue. So, but one of the things that the local lieutenant here was talking about was, probably getting smaller drones for each police officer to carry. So, one of the things that Navajo Post, when it was created, was also the thought and idea about how we're going to train resource enforcement officers, although fish and wildlife officers. We also can't forget about the animal control officers, because so one of the things that's going on is we will be prepared to have rangers, fish and wildlife officers, and other certified law enforcement officers certified to carry to go through the Navajo Police Training Academy to get certified with Special Law Enforcement Commission. A lot of our rangers go down to Artesia, New Mexico to go through the federal law enforcement training program. So the Navajo police commanders have actually gone down to meet with BIA training officials to adopt their BIA training curriculum. So from here on out, a lot of our officers that graduate from the academy are actually federal law enforcement certified. So when these rangers go through the program as well, if they actually go through the entire training curriculum, they'll be coming out with their federal law enforcement certification, as well as attaining their BI or Navajo Post commission card. So a lot of our officers have transitioned to the new Navajo Post commission card. I think that's one of the steps that we're taking in transitioning into Navajo Post. So when we talk about Arizona Post, New Mexico Post, Utah Post, one of my training sergeants was the Honorable George Toth. So we went through a class that we had to actually get certified in BIA, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah law enforcement certification at the same time to become a Navajo peace officer. So to this day, since we transitioned from Arizona Post or state post certification, it's left up to the individual officer whether they want to retain their Arizona Post certification. So this is where it helps a lot of our officers to kind of hold Navajo Post and Arizona Post at the same time. Former DPS officer Mel Cody, is we tend to help one another with state certification, specifically in the area of Sanders. That there were calls when DPS officers or county officers needed backup off the reservation, and that's where state certification was very important to respond to those situations. Vice versa. So we have incorporated, still reviewing some of the resource enforcement manuals, rules, and regulations, although to try to find a way to incorporate it into the training academy. But more than likely, it'll probably be segregated into 2 different classes, or even extending the training program. Is kind of looking into that direction. So we do have a continuous training curriculum ongoing for that too, 40 hours in-service training, mandatory for every law enforcement officer with Navajo Nation. And that's been ongoing with Sergeant Wallace Billy. So he's been successful at providing a lot of these trainings, regardless of the pandemic that's been ongoing. Navajo Post So I know drones are different depending on what kind of a drone you're using. Some of them actually have to have FFA requirements. So let's start taking some of those into consideration. We try not to go into the realms of having to have our officers acquire the FFA certification to go through drone training. Commandeered one of our officers that responded to the incident. I'm pretty sure the lieutenant will be informed and some kind of recognition will be provided. So yeah, I hope I answered your questions.
Yeah, Captain Silversmith. So with that, Delegate Raymond Smith, Vice Chair, did Mr. Silversmith answer all of your questions?
Thank you again, Chairwoman Newton, and Law and Order Committee members, and those that are listening. Those and salam, laj dasantagi, hashnai, hit behind Sito, Corda, Nachini, Nanishta Holono, I see. Nanishan Sash at the Ashish Boston, Adoko, Shishna Asha, Mr. Silversmith, Captain Silversmith, Hela, behind Sito, Nachiha, Beazado, Hudat Egi, or Spazando, that which is Nedo, Hudat Egi, Shishiate, O Adem, behind Naidi Kito, behind Ziha, Shishiate, Ko Yoda, Hudat, Behatisito, Dada, Hosia, Quiche, Hudat Salau, Nabata Tagi, Han Junia, about Ado. Jono, Kabides Tado, Hudat Egi, I see they took it seriously. So Belto, Asasano, the Ado, names and Basto, Kaha, she, Mayaji Hadne, the neat shadow, she, the Kishtua, she do. Nurse go, Benache, Salan Haiti, Uncle did the cross commission at Egi. Ashini, but so Joa then Ashwinina da Oh Ahat Ado Nache Dok so Shows led Bez Ani that Egi Benina Bishmas Ani Bez Ani Adon Hia Slada no Senigi Edan Lenigido, he must he shaded that Egi Bata Hosia. Okay, here lunch and Ado deep Ashkejisto, Ahot Esto. So the mission days so what I also holistically days show yet bait days do not so hajasha that they know to ya show that to count this canona data no so ya show that to go so she but was just either that's not that they had all cross commission here lunch and that what I be had this to data here.
Yeah, Delegate Smith. So with that, I believe that his questions have been answered. This is the lineup right now. We have George Tolt from Casamaro Lake, Nora J. Morris from Twahajale, Elmerson from Aneth, and Rita Capitan from Crown Point, who has texted, who are currently in the lineup. I do want to announce that Delegate Jamie Hanyo is on the line, Delegate Raymond Smith is on the line, Delegate Herman Daniels is on the line, and Delegate Amber Crotty is on the line, listening in to this presentation. If you have any questions, anybody who is listening, please text me 928-257-0476 so I can add you to the lineup. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed to the next person with questions. Mr. Toll from Casamaro Lake, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Toll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much and for sponsoring this teleconference. I know it's hard, The reason why is we're using telephones. Some our computer don't work out here, especially our internet. And the presenter also, Mr. Delmore, glad to hear you. Also, your chief and Mr. Lieutenant or Captain Silversmith, or certain individual committee members. No, about the case. This has been going on for a long time. The last time I was with the Navajo PD as a police sergeant and the police academy instructor was back in 1995. And I retired, I became a politician. So I'm aware of this whole situation, and I think the Navajo Nation needs to do better, especially the committee members. So because our people are hurt out here, being abused, especially with liquor, and then what all alcohol. The Navajo Nation needs to put this item on the number one agenda. What I mean by is allocate funds. So right now, the law, why do we have these police officers? And then we are Southern Nation. We shouldn't be going out to ask the state or county to help us. We should have a full force of Navajo officers. One of the major problems we have is officer being certified through the academy. They stay with the Navajo PD for like a year, 2 years, so they look for better pay and better benefit. So they go to county or state. Have you seen it happen? It's going on for a long time. So the Navajo Nation actually losing a lot of money. How much do we spend on this one officers and through classes? What when I retired back in 1995, only talking about Eastern Agency, 3 shifts, first shift, second shift, evening, and graveyard. We used to have close to 5 officers in each shift, 1 supervisor, and then 4 police officers. In substation, we used to have 2 officers at mostly each chapter, like Alamo, and also Kansito, northern area. The major problems that I look at is the housing. Even if you put a police officer at the NHA housing, the officers, only 1 officer at 1 chapter is not going to help. I know one of the councilmen with the law enforcement member, what his recommendation was 1 police officer per chapter throughout the nation. It's not going to help. You would warn down the police officer. You need more than that. So it's better off to buy a house for them, build a substation for them, and better benefit so they don't have to leave. So right now, the nation should put a lot of funds and then a better detention center. That's what it needs. A better police officer recruit its own. We should reestablish the police academy like we used to have at Window Rock District, Window Rock, Arizona. That's a whole long day. Went to Toye. The state police in Handaka instructing that they don't have to go down to Arizona or New Mexico. They used to come to academy. They're certified. They're certified, especially in state of Arizona. When Arizona comes in and provides the training, you are certified through the state of Arizona. You don't have to have a commission in Holbrook or Flagstaff. What ahas on the New Mexico Janana by Yastika deputized that only. I was involved with this cross deposition with state of New Mexico back in 1970s. We took a trip to New Mexico. The politician went in and came out with their decision. Right now, if you look at New Mexico, if you want to be commissioned by the state of New Mexico, the only jurisdiction you have is north side of I-40. In the past, it used to be south side towards Zuni, Menlito, and all that. It's good and the bad. It's bad too. The politician and back, and so somebody needs to take a visit of that. Look at that agreement between state of New Mexico and Navajo Nation. And even McKinley County, they certified deputies as the Navajo police officers. They don't want to do our work. Even the state of police, when you certify them, they're not going to help you. They're not going to say, my priority is state. And they'll be calling and tell, you need a backup. So, okay, baby, when I used to be on patrol. We need more police officers, like I said, with more benefit. Equipment, baby, in the house. Should baby in the house. What up for Jishako? Ako 8A, large base of bunny, Nezov has area, washing, Jundo list. Every area you talk about 7 districts. We need a better police station district. So I see the especially shipwreck that is called district. Yeah, put in last time I went there. What now the more police officers we put, where are we going to put? 3 to 4 hours or next day in that they respond. So what are we going to now? As a community leader, this is the experience we're having out here, and especially NHA people causing the domestic and drinking and all that, and it takes 2 to 3 hours because short of personnel, police officers. Police officers are leaving us because with more benefit, they go to state and county. What are you not? What about all the after national planning of Senegate? By that law, they put themselves on the line. Or cut off if the whole chase the car, they have family, yes. I think we need to stop talking and let's put some action. Let's put some money in there. So this should be a number, whoever is not the Egypt and with all due respect, a law and order, we can talk, but we need to put this in action. Put the money out front and get more police officers. And look at the examination, the fast response. What about rules area? You have to consider that rules areas, the main Kudu salat and no jodaya na kreko. Alamu that TJ salat can see to salat done. Now I think we need to put money up front before we can do anything. Negotiate with BIA because this is 638. A lot of things that we want to change, we have to consult with BIA. I'm not trying to get after you, non-horse consular, so I mean, you can Navajo police, they have family, they like to take off and take their family to town or vacation. What on that is easy, or Copenhagen or Worcester. Then now saw the whole long. Here and the National Committee Maslinigi. I spent 10 years as a police academy instructor and also a sergeant with agency. What it have been to have this Chito, Muslimige, but Muslim with Kiani Basis Chain. Okay, this is that connected in the chief. I spent 25 years with Navajo PD. So thank you, Chair, for sponsoring this and all the members of Law and Order. And God bless you. Take care of yourself and also the PD, Police Department, Law Enforcement, Mr. Delmore. Thank you for allowing to do your presentation and all your personnel. Thank you very much, and God bless you, and good day.
All right. Now this one.
Can the committee members hear me? This is Vice Chair So.
Otto's Mel, I can hear you, but I can't hear Ms. Charles Newton.
Okay. I think she's sort of busy. I got muted, so I'm trying to unmute myself. But all right. Thank you, Mr. Toles, for your
Mr.
information.
Mr. So, this is
And then,
Maureen. Mr. So.
Maureen, go ahead.
Madam
Do you hear
Chair is not hearing anything right now. I don't know if the others are on the line can hear.
This is Mel. I can hear both of you.
Laureen, I can hear you. With that, thank you, Mr. Toles and Mr. Delmore. I'm going to turn the floor back over to you to go ahead and answer Mr. Toles' question. I tried to look for a question, but more of a comment. So, hey, with that, Mr. Delmore, you have the floor and your agents. You have the floor. Hello?
I can hear you, Mr. So.
I saw this yesterday. But,
Mr. So, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Delmore or Madam Chair, yeah, before you got it.
Vice Chair, I do apologize. Yeah, I'm actually on the Zoom on my computer, but it went like quiet. You can't hear anything, and I tried to speak up after Mr. Toltz introduced himself. So the last thing that I got was that he's Bitahni, and then right there it went quiet. So I was trying to get on to speak, but it wasn't allowing me to. It's still not allowing me to. So I actually had to call in. So I apologize for that. And again, Mr. Toltz, I do apologize. The last thing that I heard is that you're Bitahni. I didn't get the rest of your clan, nor did I get the rest of your comments or questions. I hope there was nothing else that was asked. So with that, I will say that I am currently on Zoom, and I'm also on the phone call as well. So I'm hoping that everybody can hear me during this time. Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions after Mr. Toltz introduced himself?
No.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Toltz, it sounds like your concerns or your questions were directed to the Law and Order Committee. I didn't hear any questions or comments for PD from Director Delmar. I can say that, number one, that thank you for being on the call and for introducing yourself. As a former politician, you probably understand that there's a process in place in which regarding 638 contracts for police officers, for criminal investigations, and for detention. Since 2019, the Law and Order Committee has gone out to Washington, D.C. to advocate for increasing funds. During that time, with our visit with BIA, Navajo Nation was reminded of the federal audit that PD, that I believe law enforcement is currently under. In addition to that, we were also reminded of an overbuild that happened with federal funds. So our advocacy trip at that time was cut short a little bit as a result of of that information that was provided to us during that time by BIA. Mr. Toltz, you are a former politician, so you probably understand that during that time, it was kind of a handshaking, not really handshake, or a finger wagging that was done to Navajo Nation during that time, asking, what we were going to do in those instances. There were other issues that were also brought up as well. So what we did is we came back to the drawing table to talk about what was happening. Since that time, I know that the overbuild issue, we have been told, has been taken care of. I haven't seen anything coming out of the controller's office regarding whether we still need to pay those funds back. We were told that those funds don't need to be paid back, but as I understand, we're waiting for an official report from the controller's office that clears Navajo Nation of the alleged overbill that was done in regarding the ARA money that President Obama had sent out. In terms of your concern regarding pay and also the benefits, again, those are funding that is provided through the 638 contract. Law and Order Committee has requested several times to be informed of when the 638 contracts are coming out so that we can properly negotiate an increase in police pay and also an increase in benefits. That information has not been shared with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Communication is always flowing from council to the president's office and also to ONB regarding the 638 contracts. But to date, I can say as one member of the Law and Order Committee and as one member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I have yet to be informed of when the 638 contract negotiations are happening. My understanding is that Navajo Nation Department of Justice does the negotiations. And as far as I know, no Law and Order Committee member has been invited to take part in those conversations. And I believe as chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, if we had that opportunity to negotiate those contracts, we could properly request for an increase in funding for not only the pay and benefits, but to also do the same thing for the prosecutor's office and for the courts as well. So we have been trying to work on that, and I believe that several delegates have voiced on the council chamber floors their concern when it comes to the 638 contracts. Again, I'm only one council delegate, but I can say that I have never been invited to negotiate any 638 contracts on behalf of our law enforcement or on behalf of detention. So I think that that would be the first thing, is we do need to be a part of those conversations to help assist our officers. We currently, with housing, we did get funding for housing. I believe that Director Delmar, it's not a lot of money, but it certainly is some money. He is working with the Crown Point Police Department to get housing in place there for officers. So we have been working on the housing issues. In addition to that, we did reach out to NHA and we had a conversation. The problem with officers being in those housings there at NHA is that the NHA community members will go to the officer's house even when they're off and ask for assistance. And what we hear is many of the officers will tell the community members that they're off, that they have to call PD. So we are aware of the crime that is being committed there at NHA. We are trying to work on a plan to try to assist NHA and then also to assist the community. And then in terms of police housing, again, we have advocated and we have received some funding that will allow, I believe, some housing to be built there in the Crown Point area. Director Delmar is in charge of that area. And then last, in terms of one officer at each chapter is not enough, and the officers will get worn down. I do agree with you on that. The Navajo Nation Police Department has been asking chapters to help assist in recruiting, and they have been requesting 2 officers from each chapter. If we could get 3, 4, or 5 officers from each chapter, I think that will help with recruitment. You are correct in that officers, we are short on officers. And again, you did state it was better pay and benefits. There is one thing that can be done, but we do need assistance from the President's office, and that's to make public safety and justice a priority on the Navajo Nation. Funding, as you know, does come through the budget request. Every year we do try to give more funding. The most recent example is that we did advocate to get criminal investigations more funding, but the President vetoed that funding. So it does take some cooperation from the executive branch to make it clear to the Navajo people that public safety and justice is a priority. And in addition to that, I think that we do need to make it known with the passage of legislation that's coming through council. Whenever we do, council has supported public safety and justice. We have supported them by getting more funding to them, by trying to establish, I don't want to say offices, but maybe smaller partnerships so that we can help address the crime. And when it goes across the street to the President's office, it often gets vetoed. So that really is where we're at. And I appreciate you sharing your comments and then also your concerns. But again, I can tell you that Law and Order Committee has been working to try to address these issues. Oftentimes we are met with people not willing to share information or a breakdown in communication where Law and Order Committee is not informed of things that are happening within the Division of Public Safety. So it is a two-way street when it comes to helping to assist our communities. And I believe that the Law and Order Committee in the last few years that I've been chair, we have been making those efforts. We did visit several, I believe we visited, I want to say, if not half and close to half of the chapters. We made actual, the Law and Order Committee hosted Law and Order Committee meetings at various chapters in 2019. It ended in 2020 because of the pandemic, but we are picking up again with having meetings at different chapters so that we can hear concerns from community members directly, and we can offer them some information about what is happening. So, for example, on the 29th, the Law and Order Committee will be meeting with the Utah Navajo Health Services. I believe they're out of Blanding, and the chapters is Red Mesa that would like to meet with us. I thought it was Annis, but I was wrong. It was actually Red Mesa that wants to meet with us. So the Law and Order Committee will be traveling to the Utah Navajo Health Services. I believe it's in Blanding on the 29th of November. So again, you know, we have made that that announcement to chapters. We have met with Wahajale. We have met with Alamo. We have met with, I believe it was an Eastern. I'm trying to think right off the bat. I don't have a list of just the Eastern ones, but we have met with various chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. Again, in 2019, we did hold several meetings at chapter houses to hear concerns coming from not only the chapter officials, but also the public as a whole. It is difficult now to host these meetings because of the virus. However, we are still pushing through. And then last, I will state the Law and Order Committee has been pushing to try to replace the facilities, as you mentioned. Right now, our understanding is that the facilities right now, we are pushing to try to get ARPA money to replace the facilities. However, our big hang up right now is operations and maintenance. BIA has informed the Law and Order Committee and also Division of Public Safety that when it comes to operations and maintenance, only 40% of the operations and maintenance is covered. In addition to that, BIA has also informed the committee that any new facilities that are built, regardless of whether it's replacing an old facility, has to get operations and maintenance covered during the process, and that BIA has to be a part of that process. The Law and Order Committee did send a letter, an official letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs asking for their involvement so that we can get operations and maintenance covered, not only for the facilities that need to be replaced, but also for the new facilities, substations that we are currently proposing. Each of these substations are around $8.7 million. Prior to the pandemic, it was $4.5 million. We currently have 15 communities that are in line for receiving a substation. These are smaller versions of police stations. So right now we have, and this is in alphabetical order, we have Alamo, Annis, Burnside, Cameron, Inscription House, Lachey, Pueblo Pintado, Rama, Red Mesa, that's in Red Mesa, Utah, Rough Rock, Sheep Springs, Shiprock, Twahajale, Tohatchee, and Salee. Again, these are substations. They're 14,950 square feet, and the estimated cost for building right now is $8,789,000. And that was one of the things that we were proposing in our last advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. in the last 2 weeks. So hopefully I was able to answer your questions and your concerns, the concerns that were raised during this time, Mr. Tolk, but please know that the Law and Order Committee is committed to assisting our Division of Public Safety, our officers, our criminal investigations, our detention center workers, and we're also committed to working towards building these facilities that are needed to provide police presence in the rural communities on the Navajo Nation. And we do need help, and that help is to continue to inform leadership of the importance of public safety and justice. And I hope that with that, again, I was able to provide information regarding your concerns. Thank you, Mr. Tolk. And if I missed anything, please let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Division of Public Safety Director Jesse Delmar, if he would like to add any comments to the call or to the statements that I made. Director Delmar. Director Delmar, are you still on the line? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, can hear you.
Thank you. Director Delmar, are you still on the line? I see Director Delmar is on the line. He may be having the same issues that I was having. Director Delmar, *6 if you're on your phone. Director Delmar, is that you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now,
Hello.
Director Delmar. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments, Madam Chair. And to Mr. Tote too as well for your comments. You pretty much covered a lot of areas. I always remember you as Sergeant Tote, so thank you, Sarge, for your comments. One thing I want to bring across is that the salary and the benefits of Navajo police officers have been improved significantly. And I think it really started from the committee under the 23rd, Chairman Yazzie, Vice Chair Smith. I remember going through the formalities of getting these benefits approved, and Ellen McGay was key. I remember that. He did recommend at the committee meeting that we should improve the salaries of the Navajo police officers, and that happened. And it went to, I think it was BNF at that time. And Leonard Sosi at the time, he was a delegate. He was very vocal. And I think it was because of his recommendation that the benefits were improved, including the salaries. So to this day, we are very competitive. Now, Sergeant told that we are even and beyond the salaries and benefits of the local and regional law enforcement agencies. So that's how we're able to bring people even from the state side, from the county side to Navajo to work for us, which is really, really beneficial to us. So, and then the efforts of the current Law and Order Committee, we're striving to improve the salaries and benefits of the Navajo police officers to include not only them, but to the rest of the public safety members too as well. One highlight too as well is the benefits of the Navajo Nation Fire. That is pretty great. They've been neglected for a long time. I think they're pretty much on their way in improving services to the Navajo Nation. So, and as well to the efforts of the current committee, Madam Chair, and everyone else. She's talking about the facilities of the public safety and judicial. She's working, working pretty hard to get this done. So it's a pretty much a big effort between us and also the Law and Order Committee. The big bill as far as the judicial and public safety facilities is around about $504 million to get this done. So I appreciate the efforts of Madam Chair. But just to answer one of your questions, Sergeant Toth, is that we are competitive as far as benefits and salaries of the Navajo Police Department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Division Director Delmar. So with that, Mr. Toth, do you have any further questions or comments at this time? I hope that we were able to provide you information again regarding your comments. Mr. Toth?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, appreciate for your response. And then all I can say is good luck and God bless you. Take care of all of you, especially law and order and also committee members. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toth, again for your comments and for your recommendations. So at this time, this is the lineup. We have Norris J. Morris from Tuajale Chapter, Elmerson from Aneth, and then we have Rita Capitan from Crown Point, who has asked to get into the lineup. We don't have anybody else who has texted me. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to Nora J. Morris from Tuajale Chapter. Ms. Morris, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Yat 8 on Tokonda Dino Tangi. I want to say good morning, and I want to thank the committee, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, Delegate Odo, and the other delegates that are on the Law and Order Committee, and then Mr. Delmore and Chief Francisco and the listeners. I just have some, I have a question. I was reviewing the, what was emailed to us regarding your plans for the department. And then all I see is that the cross-commission agreement update and trainings that were taking place was just among the Arizona State, Arizona Department of Public Safety. And then also I see Socorro County. And then I also see Apache, Navajo, Coconino, and then Sandoval County, McKinley County, Sandoval. But from Torgile standpoint, because under Torgile, we have a population over 3,000 community members, and we are located. Our reservation line starts from 14 miles from the metropolitan of Albuquerque. We really have. I don't want to say poor, but we have no police officer. We do have one, but he's only here at night. During the day, and the response, just like everybody, I'm just going to echo from everybody's point of view. But my question is that, we're not included in regards to the cross deposition. I know that many years ago, I was also a chapter official and also was a coordinator. At that time, we had our council delegate, Lawrence R. Platero was a council delegate. And at that time, we were asking for cross deposition from Bernalillo County. I see that Bernalillo County is not among one of the counties that is being included. If there's any communication that is going on with Bernalillo County for the benefit of my community out in Torgile, that's my question. And I think Mr. Toth has elaborated on some of my questions, like salary, salary wise is for the police department and their entry level. I was just, doing my own research, how much the salary was for, to become a police officer. And I see that there's 66 position. The entry level is pretty good, $50,000. And then you also have the police recruit, the entry level for that police recruit it's 49,000. So I think it's okay, and stuff like that. I think this is pretty much good entry level that from my point of view. But I think it's our our younger generation that really needs a lot of awareness needs to be done from the community, from the chapter, from the school, a lot of encouragement, a lot of self-awareness to be police officers. I think that's where, you know, the uniqueness needs to, you know, start autoing that, you know, give them career, you know, opportunities, you know, selections and getting them involved. I know that, you know, back then we used to have drug enforcement. You know, I don't see that happening in the community. I know that, you know, we used to have great program with the police department, Albuquerque Police Department. They used to come out. You know, a lot of intervention, I think, is really lacking from that. And then the other thing was that I know you mentioned that a while ago regarding some of the public meetings that was happening. I was at that public meeting as well, 2019. And at that time, my concerns were still police, you know, even, you know, that's what we need out here. So our land here in Torjale, our land is, you know, 14-mile radius, and all the land around us is another tribe land, which is the Laguna Police. Laguna tribe is around us. So I don't know if there's any talks regarding cross deposition, you know, with other Indian tribes, because Nishe, we're with Laguna. And then my other question would be is that when this cross deposition does go into effect, when the agreement is, you know, implemented, then, you know, like the outside police force, when they come in, if they're going to detain a person, how is that going to be related? You know, how are they going to take care of that? Because when it comes to, you know, the agreement, then if maybe, you know, I don't know, in this case, you know, Bernalillo County is not on here, but what if it's Bernalillo County, and if they arrest somebody, then are they going to take them all the way to Crown Point? Because right now, that's where our constituents, they go to Crown Point. Audra relayed, you know, a lot of questions relating that, you know, it just kind of like, you know, it's making me thinking as a you know, a leader for my community, and, you know, and all level of ages, how that's going to be taken care of if something like that were to happen. And then the land status, Navajo Nation tribal trust land, but how's that going to implement, you know, with this agreement, you know, things like that. I know that it is Indian country, you know, just some of those are just things that I, you know, been thinking about. So those are pretty much my question, and I know that we're on the list. One thing that I want to tell you is that, you know, George Toth was our police officer out here. He used to live in a tribal police trailer here. But you know, we did have a police officer. We did have police housing that was, you know, that was provided by Navajo Nation. But then that program or that house just pretty much, you know, it demolished. And there was never any follow up to say, well, you know, we condemned the trailer, but we're going to give you another trailer, or this is what's going to happen with the police. You know, we're never told that. And then at one time we did buy 2 brand new mobile homes for our police, the Navajo Nation police, for them to be housed in. Pretty much that trailer just there was never feedback. You know, a lot of, you know, now it seems like you want the community to be involved, but back then we were already involved, and a lot of it just kind of like it just vanishes. So that's what happened in our community. So now we're on the list again, but we're at the bottom of the list. We're I can say we're shovel ready. We have the land. We already have a public safety building, which is emergency medical service building. It's going to be right adjacent within the you know, that. So I want to really advocate to say that, you know, we need that building. We need that building. I know we're in the priority list, but we're going to be shovel ready in no time when the money comes through. So that's my projection. The other thing is that public safety also takes care of emergency medical service employees. We recently had this big pandemic. Emergency medical staff. I even hear that we lost a lot of, our emergency medical staff. How come they didn't get any, increase on their pay? I think that they need to be compensated for their time. They need to be given extra. Their 24-hour service, they have, asnaho 12 hours. And some of them have to do double time. And, I'm advocating for those, individuals, because we have emergency medical staff over here. What they've gone through during this pandemic, they tell us stories. And it's like, we're over here, we're in one place, but for them, they were like working hard. And just think across Navajo area, Ajo, Navajo, the Netha, how bad and how hard our emergency medical staff have worked. Because me, I used to be an EMT mother. And when a mom, when your child is out there for domestic violence or either a gun, and then they want EMS, and my heart was beating like, it races. So a lot of our EMT members here in our community are from Navajo land. They are out here, but I'm really glad for them that they took in, this job here because, like I said, my kids were EMT, but they went elsewhere for, other jobs. But here, when they come here and they're servicing our community, they're home away from the big Navajo and they come to my community. They commute from Albuquerque and they're round the clock working. So I think, I want to see that they also get funding from public safety because they're under that department. But that's why, I wanted just to make a comment regarding that. But I don't want to take too much of your time. And I know this is a very important, but give us feedback, even some of those public hearings that we had in the past, because I was there as well. How is that going to work? How is this meeting going to work? As our community, they want to hear those things back. So I'm also a community member for my community. So, but I like to, put in my 2 cents because those are the needs that we face out here. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ms. Morris. So with that, Division Director Delmar, if I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you to answer the questions that have been raised by Ms. Morris from Tohajale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Morris, I really appreciate the comments that you made. Yes, certainly the individual that is responsible and did really work hard in trying to get that EMS office there at Tohajale is Chris Cascoli. And I know that he worked really hard. And for the past years, I know that you had to be some presence there. We are actually working really hard in trying to address that. From my side, I really try to recruit people, encouraging people that we have professional jobs on Navajo, to include EMS too as well. So I'd say that here with public safety, either with EMS, with fire, with law enforcement, with criminal investigations, and everything else. But like I said before, we did make some significant steps in addressing the salaries of our law enforcement officers, and perhaps the EMS department, they have a contract. It's sort of it's similar to law enforcement. It's a 638 contract that we have with IHS, and perhaps that I need some help with this in addressing the salaries and benefits of our EMS people. I know that there's a lot of difference between our departments and the regional agencies that we're not competitive at all. So perhaps that we need to approach IHS in addressing this. So as far as the manpower of law enforcement and response time and everything else, I'd like to give some time to Captain Silversmith to address what we're doing as far as Tohajile and law enforcement response. Captain?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ashi ani ade shnantai kuina khiyana shi ade nahani nado skon kuha de shi hidat ilahi desni tsaqdo ade nkha sasitli ita ya ade the Crown Point do shipwreck tani nes is thousand de shije dikidin ido lishte no aje analanj shnash ishla dio be khahol jijada ujo mutual aid agreement do MOU in that do we kind of looked at the Navajo Nation map, and we also looked at the bordering cities and the states that were within the Navajo Nation geographic location. Although county agencies, the research there, so among the research, we had a total of 20 agencies that were either bordering Navajo Nation or their counties ran through Navajo Nation, or the state agency ran through Navajo Nation. So out of the 20 agencies, I can clearly attest to this because I'm the one that actually made phone calls to these agencies to confirm whether they wanted to participate in the cross-commissioning class, although we kind of explained to them and Bernalillo County was among the 20 agencies that we actually made contact with as far as wanting to enter into cross-commission or mutual aid agreement for Tohajile area. Although Socorro County responded, so they actually went through the Twin Arrows training course, and then they took some more officers into the most recent training class. Bernalillo County, whether they still want to participate in the cross-commission program. I think that just takes another reaching out to them to see if they want to enter into this agreement. Sheriff Gomez, or I'm not sure who the sheriff was at that time, but we did make contact with them. Now, out of the of the 20 agencies, currently 9 agencies have taken the class. Some of their agreements are either being reviewed or near an expiration or have been renewed. So, report data 65 officers. So we do have an independent MOU ledger that we actually use to do the research, and that's how we came out with who needed to be contacted and who would be willing to participate. And when I say willing to participate, is that we really didn't kind of push it on them. It's pretty much from their agencies, their rules, and what their processes are, if they were able to provide additional service in that area. I know New Mexico State Police have taken our classes, and their MOA agreement is still in place. The Quishi, there's more state police officers that are going to be trained. I know we had some officers from the Albuquerque community that actually went through the class. So they are the state police captains out of Gallup, Farmington, and Albuquerque. All the majors and their chiefs, they actually came to a meeting to actually discuss a lot of these standardized cross-commission agreements. So Bernalillo County, we'll reach back out to them before the next class starts to see, as far as the facility goes, from Albuquerque, he was a part of the mayor's cabinet with the current mayor, Tim Keller. So I kind of told him about the situation with Tuajale sub office. But the so he was kind of working on hopefully getting a used classroom from the Albuquerque school district to see if they can donate it to Navajo to set it up right there by the EMS sub office by Yankee. As far as whether that project was completed or not, I'm not sure, but that's where it was. So the so those are some of the things that we tried doing for Tuajale, even as far as determining whether we need another police district in that area, district number 8. So I guess it's more of recruit that. So then another thing is with the local agencies, Laguna PD and Acoma PD. I think that there's some just similar with Hopi Indian Reservation. There's some 638 contract languages that kind of prohibit the use of each other's law enforcement resources. And I guess it's just a matter of going back before BIA, as we did with Hopi PD, to try to revisit some of those languages. So I guess to make some of these changes, and then as far as police detainment, I know there's some incidents where Bernalillo County Sheriff's offices actually responded to Tuajale area, and they actually have detained, New Mexico State Police have detained subjects for us until officers from Crown Point came out to answer the call. So Bernalillo County agreement at that, and just generally because the nation lies within their county borders. So I guess it's just more of an extending out to Bernalillo County again to see if they're willing to participate in this cross commission project. Land status, of course, that's all Navajo Nation land, tribal land bordering Laguna in parts of the state. So even jurisdiction. I know Laguna has responded to those locations on vehicle accidents a time or two. I guess it's just more of mutual respect for one another. So I think just to make it more, to cover all aspects of legal and liabilities, cross commission. So these are a lot of the ongoing projects that are going on with Tuajile Alamo. So a majority of police commanders that come together to talk about these things, we all share our thoughts and ideas how we can improve services in those areas. So
thank you very much. Noreen, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mrs. Hill.
Okay, thank you very much for that response to the madam from, for the question posed from the madam official from Alamo. Well, with that, I believe that's public safety's response there to the individual. I didn't hear any other response or any other individual on the line. Madam Chair had to take care of a few things real quick, so she asked for me to take over here. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and indicate that this is, we will go ahead and move forth, and I don't think there's any more questions pertaining to the to this report given to the given by public safety. First of all, I would like to ask is that go back to the I want to go back to Laureen and ask if a motion is in place. And the second, do we have a motion and a second in place at this current time?
No, Mr. Vice Chair. Madam Chair is still going through the list.
Okay. No. I meant.
There's no motion second yet.
Main motion and second in motion. Do we have that in place?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and since I believe we have Eugene So and Honorable James on the line. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion at this time.
Motion?
Motion by Honorable Edmund Yazi. I don't moving forward. We'll call for a second motion.
Second, Delegate James.
Second motion made by Honorable James. With that, leave the question. Madam Chair, just text asked me actually saying that Emerson from Ennis, I believe Ennis had a Ennis chapter. Is there a chapter that hasn't speak yet? No, we had an individual from Ennis chapter speak. But before we go back for a recap from another from the same chapter, is there another chapter that has not spoken in today's discussion?
Vice Chair?
Who's saying Vice Chair?
This is Edmund, sir.
Honorable Yazi.
Yeah, Vice Chair. I think the next person in line was Ms. Capitan from Crown Point, okay?
Okay.
I may be wrong. I don't know if she's on one.
Capitan from Crown Point, New Mexico. You on the line? Was it the star 6 and once, twice, times? Okay, Emerson from Ennis. Yes, keep your question to the where we're not asking the same questions twice, like what other chapters have asked. So we can just keep to that. Emerson?
Good afternoon. My name is Emerson.
Twice? Emerson, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Emerson. We can hear you. You have the floor.
My name is Emerson Phillips. I'm with NF chapter. I'm the vice president here. I don't want to take too much time of your time. So the chair and the adults law na clinico donut ani na son kwagi kita na so tani ko anats ko yat in nido de. I had been meeting up with well, I started the meeting with Sergeant Red Horse back in February or March, and we would request for him to come out to try to get a police officer out here in Aneth area. We started planning with him, and we started looking at. He told us that the chapter probably would be best if we have a housing for the officer. We did a lot of planning with him. Somewhere along the way, then he appointed the officer at city to take over on that. There was like a contract, an agreement that was brought to us, and yeah, it was never been signed. The new ones, the new graduates. Two times that's a recently I've been talking to Mr. Red Horse that we're just starting all over again. I told him that the housing is available. There is also an office space that we're going to make that available for the police officer. In our community here in Aneth, there is a major outcry for our community, our local community members here. We're going round and round. It's just really frustrating when you're right in the middle of it. One of my questions is when are we ever going to get a police officer here for this community? Although it's possible we'll get a listening session with Navajo Shiprock. In Winter Rock, it has never happened here in this community. And then I know that there was a meeting that was scheduled for next week, on Monday on the what was it? 22nd. On the 22nd. Law and order. I guess that was for Red Mesa. So I want to know if it's possible to come to Anna, maybe like on the 29th at the end of this month. That's because in San Francisco. So that's what we're up against here in Anna, that we really need a police officer here. Like I said, I thought you have to keep out the house yonder. I don't do. O to love and o after o what that she yana krigo o after we're back at square one again. So I don't know how the process or how long the process is going to be, but the community out here is in real need for it. And then also to that this cross deposition at Ninigi, I think we all need to understand that there is a very fine line of when we say cross deposition, the first thing he's going to look at is, how am I going to make money? And our people are already targeted with that. Farming Pesquido son in you know, we need to think about things like that. We can't just put responsibility off on other agencies or other counties and the states. This is our responsibility. This is the Navajo Nation. We should be taking, you guys should be taking care of us here. Hajisha was the only Gonana Ade County, Ade State, no on Hasita. But yet we're coming out with all these different laws. So I think we really need to think about it. I think when we say cross deposition, I think we do need the outside help, but there has to be a way to do it. There has to be a way to bring them in. And I don't think that I believe that to assist the Navajo police, to assist so, but that's all I wanted to say. And then the questions that I had. Thank you for your time, and I don't want to spend too much time just talking away. So,
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Did you say Philip?
My name is Elmerson Phillips.
Elmerson Phillips, okay. And Mr. Phillips, just so that we understand, I know that we did get an invitation from Red Mesa chapter, and then there was also the Aneth. I thought that they were together. I thought that the request was to have the meeting at the Utah Navajo Health Services regarding Utah public safety. And I thought that Aneth and Red Mesa was together. However, I did get a text message from one of your, I believe it's one of your constituents, who said that Aneth wasn't even aware that they requested LOC's presence. And so because of that, I do apologize. This person said that they did reach out to the chapter officials and that you guys weren't aware of what was happening. So that's why I made the announcement that it was Red Mesa that did reach out during that time, and they asked that we meet at Utah Navajo Health Services, and I believe that's in Blanding, to talk about public safety in Utah. And so you are welcome to come to that meeting. It is scheduled for November 29th. And again, it is going to be at the Utah Navajo Health Services there. And again, I believe it's in Blanding is where the meeting will be taking place. And I do apologize, but per this, one of your constituents, the chapter officials were not even aware, and that the request was never made by Anna. That's the message that I got. So based on that, I didn't have your information, and I didn't have any of the other chapter officials. When the request was made, I thought that the request was for Red Mesa and Anna. However, I was told again by your constituent that that Annis knew nothing about the request. So you are welcome again to come and join us on November 29th to talk about Utah public safety and justice there at the Utah Navajo Health Services. So with that, Mr. Phillips, I just wanted to make that clarification. Yes, Delegate Otto.
I think since Annis is in the Delegate Madam Charlene So's area, maybe we could gear that meeting to all of her region. East San Juan, Sweetwater, Mexican Water, Red Mesa, Annis. That way we bring them together. That way we're not marching to every chapter house and getting a different view because they're going to pretty much almost have the same need base at every chapter, but here and there may be different. And I think a broader discussion pertaining to the delegate region would be suffice so that we could look at the need of the public safety in Honorable Charlene So's area. And then at the same time, it gears to the delegate, since we're talking about Utah issues, we can actually invite Delegate Herman Daniels also, and I believe Mr. Nate Brown also, because Nate Brown has a portion of Dennehotso that's in Utah jurisdiction. So that way we have a broader dialogue, and we're not going to every chapter, and that way we can take care of a Utah issue with all of Delegate Honorable Madam Charlene So's area. It's just a recommendation from me. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for the recommendation, Vice Chair. Again, my understanding was that when we go to the Utah Navajo Health Services, that Law and Order Committee was going to hear about the public safety and justice on the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation. But, you know, we can still send out that information. I did speak to Delegate Brown, and I was actually planning to send out an email to both Delegate Daniels and also Delegate So regarding the request that has been made. And again, that was for all of the Utah chapters to talk about public safety and justice on November 29th at the Utah Health Services building there in Blanding. So again, you know, we'll be sending out that information, inviting the Utah chapters to take part in this conversation. And as Delegate So stated, the information would be a reflection of what's happening there with Utah. So far, we do know that there has been a request for the cross deputy, which is why we are not cross deputy, but actually turned into a cross commission meeting. And so that's the purpose of today's call, is to talk about the cross commission on Navajo Nation and what is going on. And again, those were the requests that were made from a few of the chapters regarding what's happening with law enforcement. So with that, we will take that recommendation into consideration. Vice Chair, thank you for making that request. We'll go ahead and I'll turn the floor over to Division Director Jesse Delmar to answer the questions that have been posed by Mr. Phil Emerson. So with that, Director Delmar, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To answer the question from Tuahajile, Ms. Morris too as well, I don't think we addressed her one of her questions, but I want to say that myself and Madam Chair Charles Newton, we did a visit. We had a meeting there at Tuahajile chapter, I think about maybe a couple of months ago, and we talked about facilities, not only there, but we included Alamo and Rama. We understood absolutely well that those chapters are pretty much, they have the land status, they have land established. for building public safety facilities there. And we did that with Tohajile. And I think, Madam Chair, that cover the overall presentation of what we propose, what we are proposing from public safety, and working with the Madam Chair's office and the Law and Order Committee as to what we're intending to do as far as judicial and public safety facilities at the three chapters I mentioned. I just wanted to answer that right quick. But to Mr. Phillips' question, yes, certainly. I'm glad you were working with Captain Redhorse in your area. Absolutely, we're interested in improving services to your area. And I will certainly make myself available to be part of the meeting. Either I'm not. I thought I heard November 22nd and November 29th now. So, but I will certainly be there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I give some time to Captain Silversmith to talk about the services and the services we provide to the area, Madam Chair?
Director Delmar, yes. Captain Silversmith, the floor is yours.
Yeah, doyat ihnan shnantai. For the during the most recent, well, actually last week, Captain Redhorse did address that they were working on arrangements for a residence for an officer and a possible office. No, earlier I kind of alluded to that, but not that it's brought out. I guess just to confirm with Mr. Phillips' concern about Khaja Salah. نخاطو كاتو ني تخكيهت إن دخلنا ناشي إيقات باخوزن أو شيء خلنا أكون إسكان أسحنا نيتلي بس نهو تيش في بكين يدا سيلكيت شنو بس نهو تيش تو سلابنا نتاي لانجو تستاهي يكلم استو بالكيل نهو تيش I think we went to a listening session one time up there in Tisna's bus. And I think that's kind of similar to what is being planned for that area. Again, I'll relay and convey the information to Chief Francisco and Captain Redhorse to perhaps have one of the police commanders there at the meeting in Red Mesa. Nada nato ishin hita is ahi ade nihita nato I understand the concern about, it's our responsibility to, protect our people. And I think that's one of the languages in the scope of powers under Section 4 of the Standardized Mutual Aid Agreement, Mutual Aid Law Enforcement Agreement, those certification, between the Navajo Nation and whatever agency is going to participate in this agreement to cohesively provide law enforcement service on Navajo. You see, that's how the Standardized Mutual Aid Agreement is titled, is Law Enforcement Agreement between the Navajo Nation and whatever the agency that's going to be applying. I apologize for not sending I know I sent it with the email to the chiefs and the director, but I'm not sure if the full standardized document was relayed to legislative office so they can present it. But Ratit ahin could it zande DOJ do Office of Legislative Archigato Yindash Nishot So it doesn't really say anything about cross commission other than providing mutual aid agreement between whoever the participating agency and Navajo police is. Shiaho ato say na kens de snow ya yet kitchen Delcon area. Nihido ada hot hit ake to provide a report to the Delcon surrounding communities on what projects the police department is working on to help with giving an update on what's going on with Navajo law enforcement. So on here Kanas Nendo Nahaz Ando, Nihieda Topno, could no that it's a law and I couldn't have the car no schedule that Aden Khan he called and this is basically what Honorable Elmer Begay did was he set up a community listening session for that region of my area of responsibility. So so we as far as two officers to go to Aneth, Utah. Again, I'll confer with my colleague on this, Captain Red Horse. Now, since now, go with what later, Nishi, the national dog, so actually been kitchen now, the Khania on the 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Captain Silversmith. So just for clarification, the meeting that's scheduled with Utah Navajo Health Services is scheduled for November 29th. It was originally scheduled for November 22nd, but we had to postpone that. We have a meeting that is in the works right now. So regarding public safety, so we have to keep the 22nd open right now. So it was pushed back to November 29th. Again, I'll make the announcement. November 29th at 10 o'clock, Law and Order Committee will be meeting at the Utah Navajo Health Services in Blanding, Utah, to talk about public safety for the Utah Navajo chapters on the Navajo Nation. And one of the questions that did come up was regarding cross commission. So we are talking about that today, and we are still scheduled to meet November 29th at the Utah Navajo Health Services. So with that, I'm going to go back to, I apologize. I actually got the name incorrect. It was Emerson Phillips that had asked a question from Anna. Mr. Phillips, does that, I guess the answers that have been provided, were we able to answer all of your questions?
Madam Chair, I think there was one question that didn't get answered. The listening session from the Navajo Police Department, is it possible to schedule one in for Aneth area? Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, I believe that question was answered, and the response is that this is what I have down, that your delegate can actually schedule a call with the police department or to set up a meeting. Delegate Elmer Begay recently did that for his chapters. So I think, again, your delegate, Charlene So, can request that for your chapter, and they'll be happy to work with her to get that set up. Captain Silversmith, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. The request has to come from the chapter and the delegate, or the delegate.
Thank you for that, Captain Silversmith. So with that, Mr. Phillips, did you have any other questions?
That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Phillips. So with that, I believe all the questions and comments have been answered regarding the questions posed by Anna. I'm going to go ahead and call upon Rita Capitan from Crown Point. Ms. Capitan, you can do *6 to unmute yourself. Are you on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call now. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Capitan, we can hear you. And before you start, Ms. Capitan, I will say that we do not have anybody else in the lineup. Again, if you would like to be added, my number is 928-257-0476. You can text me and ask to be added to the lineup. But if nobody else texts, Rita Capitan will be the last person to ask a question. Ms. Capitan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Shahat Law, Madam Chairman Newton, and the Law and Order Committee. Though that is enough, thank you. I didn't really get the first part of the meeting because I couldn't get a number, but cross-commissioning, so I just want to say, Rita Capitan, is Crown Point. That's where I serve as Crown Point Chapter President. Although I skid me ain't sneaking on the Ibashishing, Twitter eat me a shenalido, son of this ne a shache without a son and shlem. Although cross commissioning hot no, this is a ni chita the hot up a in and lady. I've heard the former delegate George Toast mention it today, and yes, you know, it's been in the works for a long time, and I know that I used to hear Delegate Edmund Yazi's name a lot in this issue here, and so it is a problem here in our area as well, because we are in McKinley County and we have some state land nearby, and of course I-40 and State Highway 371 going between Thoreau and Farmington. Right here, we experience a lot of these type of issues where I recently became a task force member of the New Mexico State Murdered Women, Indigenous, Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, I'm sorry. And that always comes up. I brought it up, I know, when we started having meetings, because I had some experience in that. And, you know, this is such an important issue among our Navajo Nation and all over, you know, women going missing, and even girls, young girls, they go missing, and, you know, and to this day, a lot of them are not found, and, you know, sadly, some are murdered. And that's a very sad thing. And I always think, you know, when something comes up like this, you know, the first time that call is made that someone is missing, you know, even a tweet on Lenny, she kept on Lenny that they go missing, and they're members of the LGBTQ They go missing in Aquaki state it's under the Navajo Nation, or it's under the county or the federal. No, the first call that you get is very crucial. It's like the first hours, the first minutes and seconds that takes place when a call like that comes in are the most important part of this. And when you have, law enforcement telling each other that's not my jurisdiction, it's sad, because the more that is said and that is happening, by that time somebody might be dead and the evidence is all gone. I had a nephew, or a cousin actually, very, very dear cousin, 2009 na ta. I'm dating him over the weekend. I think it was during Columbus Day. He had the day off because he worked for Bread School, elementary school. Although he didn't report to work. And, the next day he didn't report to work again. According to people started calling each other. And so Quaggy jurisdiction behind also, it just went hours and then days and also. And we were like, please hurry up. We could still find him. He could still be laying somewhere. He could still be alive. No. But then, I went to a gas station in Gallup, and I was passing out some, pictures of him. And the storekeeper said to me, I seen that guy. I saw him Saturday night, and he had 2 young boys with him, and he was getting gas for them. They had a gallon can. A gas in the she had gas in the and I said, oh my gosh, he looked happy, is what the lady said. So we told the Navajo police right away he was seen that night, and there was 2 individuals, and they got the camera, a video camera. They could see through it, but only partial of the camera was working. They couldn't see the faces, so that wasn't helpful at all. So it's a high shito, we just really, and sadly, we found out later that a car had burned up with him, and even that we don't know. We didn't know if the body was still in there or what, but eventually, a year or 2 later, his bones were found. So that's very important. This commissioning, it needs to happen. We all the law enforcement need to help one another when something like this comes up, and I really feel like a lot of people could be saved if we could just work together. Because this has been going on for years and years. And the same thing with LMA Benali or LMA Begay behind the towards Farmington and Kirtland area. Same thing. I think the same thing is happening. And, it's sad when family is missing their loved one, and we're like, hurry, do something, get your information together. Anyway, when I got that information from the Gallup gas station, it was given to the Navajo police, and there was a comment that we can't do anything within the city limits. That's not our area. And I'm like, well, go over there and ask questions, ask for permission or something. and it was under the city police, although county police, although state police are not no. So yeah, something needs to happen. Yeah. And then the other thing, anyway, my question on that one was, when is the law enforcement going to start working together? When is this cross commissioning going to start working for all of us, so that we don't have to go, through things like that, especially when it affects the families? The other thing is, did you notice that alcohol is a big concern, and alcohol is the reason for a lot of these things that go on Navajo Nation. It causes, people to rape. It causes sex crimes. It causes murder. It causes household abuse. It causes accidents on the road. It causes shooting among families or anyone else. It causes vandalism. It causes DUI, speeding, land disputes. This is all alcohol related. We talked about this during our resource meeting one time a month ago. It's with Aish, social services. We all get on the line here in Crown Point and we talk about issues. And one person brought that up. He says, all these things we're talking about, even missing and murdered women, and it's all because of alcohol. Alcohol. How are we taking care of that? We don't have rehab centers. We don't have long-term rehab centers where we could get a lot of those fixed. That's, with this ARPA money that comes out, I know there's so much plans for this ARPA money, but I wish we had a rehab in every agency so that we can have long-term public intoxication, DUI. The next day, last night the best the next day they not from jail. And it just starts all over again. And I think I wish that law and order, the police department would get more stringent on these type of things that go on. Public intoxication, if you leave them in for 5 days, they might learn a lesson. We can't just let them out the next day. They're hung over and they go get another drink and they're out there causing trouble again. NHA needs to be more stringent on the people that live in their homes, where they're just too lenient on them. If we get more stringent on all these type of things, we might cut the problem in half, maybe 3/4 of it at least. At least it'll be, better, I think. And one more thing. The chapters go. And social media is terrible today. Social media is terrible. I always say people don't know. You have to be in a chapter. You have to be involved in all these things in order to know why things happen. There's reason for everything that happens. And it just breaks my heart when people just complain about the police officers. And the law called you and had 2 or 3 hours later the next day. Akoni law enforcement, yeah, oh, I have to what the yoke and they just make fun of them, and I do not like it. I don't say anything on social media. I don't try to explain because people just love to go beyond what goes on. And so, the police department, thank you. Thank you so much for being out there and trying to protect the people, the battered women, the scared children. And one more little example. I had a neighbor right across the street from us in August, a young girl. She's only 27 years old. She had 5 kids. And I never knew that she got abused. Anyway, in August, she got kicked in the stomach real hard by her boyfriend. It must have been so hard that she died two hours later here at Crown Point Hospital. Although the next day, the abuser took all his little kids. They're like 7 years old, 5 years old, 4 little ones, baby girl, only 1 year old. The abuser took all those kids and just took them to his mom's house, and he hasn't been arrested yet. Drugs that I don't know who to complain to about that, but justice was not served for the poor 27-year-old young lady that got killed. So, Ade, I want to mention that, but this cross commissioning needs to happen soon, and something needs to be done with this alcohol problem. Yeah, so thank you for listening. I know it's not questions, but I just wanted to mention that. And we should have an NHA home for all the police officers at like Crown Point, BIA. There's a bunch of houses just empty, nice apartments just empty. And I don't know why, our Navajo Nation law enforcement couldn't work with BIA to get houses for these officers. So, Ade, I wanted to mention that, and these guys that just became police officers that went through the police academy, that we're so thankful that a few of them graduated and became officers, but we need to do and use those other guys that failed, that didn't pass. We need them to be deputies or something. Don't just say you failed and let them go. Keep them on to keep working on something. Maybe just, do some work within the police department. We shouldn't just let them go. They learned a lot and they need to continue to learn and get them to be officers. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions and comments, Ms. Capitan. So with that, Division Director Delmar, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Ms. Capitan, I appreciate your comments. I really appreciate what you said, and everything you said, I agree with. First of all, law enforcement, regardless of who they work for, with the state, the county, or even the Navajo Nation, there should be a working relationship between all. Regardless if it happens on the Navajo Nation or even within the city of Gallup or within the county, the spirit of working together should be there. I don't know how to answer your question right now, but we can certainly readdress it with with the sheriff's office. And I know that there's some things that happened with the city that we responded to without question from our side, from the criminal investigation side. But the general law enforcement community, they should be working together, like you're saying. I have no objections to it. If there is an emergency response need, whether it is a city agency or county or even Navajo, we should be responding right away. I believe in that, and that's how it should be. If that's not the case, well, let me say that we have certain cases in the past where that has happened, is law enforcement respond to certain situations where we respond, we get to the scene, and then the jurisdiction is resolved right away. And I don't see why not we should continue to do that. And that's how it should be. And that is what I believe in, and that's how it should be. So thank you for Major Heinze. It is accepted pretty well. And our officers from Navajo Nation, at least, they're aware of that. The sheriff from McKinley County, Sheriff Silva Smith, is aware of that too as well. So Ishi and maybe we could remind our folks and their folks too as well that there is a need for working together as a law enforcement community. Beyond and that is great to hear that, especially from a community member. So we'll take that and continue to preach that too as well from across. So Captain, do you have anything?
Yeah, Michael Kitty, the Atlinit EGC Bakand al Dehi 371 491. Although the Conchon mini the Kahida on Atlanta, Pansida, Quake, Ago, Ayego. Checkerboard is Pelagana Ajo Art Abakatahasto. You see, Anand Auto, the Lion Dadnish Ajo. Is Southern the Skijon the Archon the Torion, Casimiro Lake, and a lot of those other areas are heavily checkerboarded. So jurisdiction is always the biggest issue that we're, I think, that area is always challenged with. It's going to be an ongoing problem in that area because it's heavily populated with private land and allotted land and jurisdiction. But as far as alcohol issues, I think that's the one reason why we developed a drug enforcement team to actually start doing proactive patrols and start setting up checkpoints. When we do trainings with these county and state agencies, so I guess expect to see more checkpoints within the Eastern Gallup vicinity because McKinley County Sheriff's as far as Atlani, the Netkis Enida yield, so though yeah, but the Kehota, Department of Corrections, they probably have to speak on their own behalf regarding holding issues. The Queen's Ada, Alkina Alkida Ada over the Adliha Ninishi Aja, Ape, not Anja, and yet a Sutta. So Aja, the Wally has Uncle Bata Nihigi, Banda and Nishida Ajan Yen has Nihe Okodo, Nihina Shidel, the Ne, Kunda, let's see that it Nihi Ado, Wally Ranina, Okana, the Betichi, the Ado, Jenha Nihi Aja Ishi. One of the things we're always challenged with is consent decree. So we feel the same frustration as the public does because we consistently pick the same inebriants up. Le the Atlani the decree the she is flooded as a kuna hatlaho. Asla the decree the she yahnal adobna and nisha. Ishi Aja AEC Hashi Ape Ikehata Zito Benada Tahi Ajin Yen has otherwise some of these cases you talked about a lot of those missing cases some of them are in litigation where we can't really speak much about it with the MMIW task force in the Nirada not Mahasti in the Tutra Ad and yet Lassit Lido Halit Ab and that is Nisto Halit Ab that is Nikatno the Nahat Ad to that is Goto Hashi Eslana Nitli the Nada Hato Tas Aja Hota Edi the initial Edo the Hadla the Nanda Sato Hadla I think that's one of the proposition for Delcom district was since we're deciding on building a bigger facility out there was since we don't do that many arrests to try to convert that into a rehab. I think that's one reason why Madam Chair and some team members are actually going through revising Title 17, and I think public intoxication is one of them where they kind of stiffen up the offense category to where we can start holding these guys for longer than 5 days or 10 days. So some of these things are being planned as laws change and as policies change. So
I
Madam
share
Chair?
Captain Silversmith. Yes.
Delmar?
Hello. Oh, Director Delmar, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Capitan. What you're talking about too, alcoholism, we're aware of that totally. We are aware that, the result of crime is pretty much based on alcoholism on Navajo. DUI, domestic violence, everything associated with people drinking, we're aware of that. This morning, we did have a meeting on what is referred to as the Net Action Plan. The Net Action Plan is pretty much an offspring from a federal law that was passed and signed by President Obama way back when to address in alcoholism and substance abuse across Indian country. So this morning, I was talking with a Madam Chair that there was a White House conference. So I wasn't able to attend the whole session, but I'm not sure Madam Chair was able to because we are dedicated to attend this meeting today, and I was. So the president just signed a bill this morning having to do with public safety in Indian country and a lot of issues associated with substance abuse. So, but we as the Navajo Nation here locally, we are trying our best, and we're dedicated in doing this is getting the action plan on the and addressing substance abuse across so that's pretty much active, and it's pretty much going forward. The Navajo Nation Council that recently passed the net action plan, and it was passed by signed by the president recently. So that is pretty much intended to address substance abuse, alcoholism, and everything else associated with it. So that's what I want to relate to you too as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Division Director Delmar. And I do apologize. No, I wasn't able to get onto the White House Summit call. We both had I guess our responsibility here at Law and Order Committee with the chapters, and it was we didn't want to. Both Director Delmar and I didn't want to cancel or postpone this meeting again since it was already postponed. So we came to this meeting, and as a result, we were not a part of the White House Summit call. So we do apologize, and hopefully we will get some information from staff on what was discussed, and then also the agreement that was signed, or the law that was signed by President Biden. So that's just a little bit of information regarding the White House conference call. In terms of the rehabilitation center, just know that in January of 2021, the Law and Order Committee did have a meeting regarding public safety. We also had a meeting with the prosecutor's office. Then Acting Chief Prosecutor Brandon Bitsui was on the call. Chief Francisco was on the call, and we talked specifically about the issues regarding alcohol and the crimes that are being committed on Navajo Nation. It was a joint call with Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. It was a very good conversation that we had, which led Division of Public Safety and Law and Order Committee to schedule a call with the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services to talk about turning the Chinle Juvenile Detention Center into a detox/rehabilitation center for Navajo. I believe if I was looking back at the notes that I have, BIA did verbally agree, and they did state that they don't have a problem with this transition. However, BIA was not going to pay for any of the remodeling or any of the equipment that would be needed for the rehabilitation center. So we verbally got permission to do that. We did request a written letter from BIA, Office of Justice Services, so that we know that we have been given permission. We also have been trying, and I'm saying trying because I don't know how many times we have contacted Indian Health Services to ask if we can schedule a meeting with IHS to talk about the services that they can provide to inmates. We also have a medical examiner's position that needs to be partly funded from Indian Health Services, and then to also talk about the rehabilitation center. However, IHS has not answered any of the requests that have gone out. There was also a request sent by Health, Education, Human Services to IHS. And the last information that we received in 2019 when Law and Order Committee tried to meet with IHS is that they will not meet with anybody but President Nez. And that was apparently per IHS, that was the directions that they were given from the Nez-Leiser administration. So I believe, from my understanding, Health, Education, Human Services did request that a letter be sent to IHS letting them know that Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation. So technically, the Navajo Nation Council is higher than the president. And so I don't know if that letter has been sent, but I know that HES, Health, Education, Human Services, is also trying to schedule a meeting with IHS to talk about some of the concerns that they have as well. So in terms of the alcohol treatment facilities, Ms. Capitan know that both Division of Public Safety and Law and Order Committee working together, we have approached BIA. We got verbal permission. We're awaiting the written permission so that we can proceed in transitioning the Chinle Juvenile Detention Center into a detox rehabilitation center. And you are correct that alcohol is a big issue here on the Navajo Nation. In addition to that, as Captain Silversmith stated, Title 17, which is the criminal code, is being worked on right now. We meet every Wednesday, 8:30 to 10:30, and we are trying to address those issues. In a recent meeting, I did task the prosecutor's office to change the portion of the law concerning the detainment or the arrest time for individuals, but it was not the document that was provided. I believe that Honorable Eugene So is going to be moving forward, as he indicated during that meeting, that he'll be sponsoring that legislation that was provided by the prosecutor's office. I did tell the prosecutor's office that we do get a lot of concerns regarding individuals who do need to be prosecuted regarding alcohol issues, but also just crimes that are being committed. I was hoping that we would be able to provide an amendment to Title 17 that would allow longer periods for detainment for individuals, but that didn't happen. And so I think right now we are going to still push for that, but know that we are working on Title 17 and we are getting tougher with the laws. What I will ask the chapter officials who are on the call is, when Title 17 is, when the amendments have been completed, then I will ask that you look at the amendment and that you read it and that you comment during the 5-day comment period on whether you support Title 17 or not. That way, your council delegate knows how to vote when it comes time to the amendments that are being proposed by Title 17. But I will tell you that we are pushing to get tough with the laws. No more slapping of the hands. No more catch and release is what we call it when an officer arrests an individual and then they are released by detention. We are pushing to make these changes, and we are working with Division of Public Safety. We are working with criminal investigations, and we were working with the prosecutor's office and Department of Justice. But Department of Justice sent a letter stating that they will no longer be involved in the Title 17 meetings. But we continue to move forward with the Division of Public Safety helping Law and Order Committee to try to address Title 17. So with that, Ms. Capitan, that's what we have right now in terms of the information or the questions that you've had. I also want to commend you for being on the state task force for missing murdered Indigenous women. I know that Delegate Crotty has been a very fierce advocate for that program. She continues to lead with the laws and with counsel, and she has been a strong voice for missing murdered Indigenous women. So I do want to thank you for being a part of that task force and and hopefully you're working with Delegate Crotty to address these issues. I'm not sure exactly who is on the task force for Navajo, the task force that you're on, but I can say that Delegate Crotty is the only person who has been very, very adamant in the changes that need to be made to Title 17 regarding missing murdered Indigenous women, or actually missing murdered Indigenous relatives. In addition to that, you also talked about the LGBTQI community. Delegate Nathaniel Brown has been assisting Law and Order Committee and the amendments made to Title 17 regarding the LGBTQI community. So we have been working to address those laws, and we are going to be including that within Title 17. So hopefully, once this goes through, as you stated, Ms. Capitan, it'll certainly make criminal offenders think twice about committing crimes here on the Navajo Nation and against our Navajo people. So with that, Ms. Capitan, I hope that we were able to answer your questions and address the concerns that you have. I'm going to ask you at this time, Ms. Capitan, were we able to answer all the questions? Hello, Ms. Capitan, are you still with us? Okay, not hearing anything. I think that we were able to answer all of the questions and the comments that have been made. I don't have anybody else who has texted me to ask to get onto the lineup. So with that,
Madam Chair?
You hear me now? Yes, Delegate, I'm sorry, Vice Chair, so?
Thank you very much. Thank you for entertaining this meeting for here to the chapters for their questions. And yes, as from the committee, we have a motion and second that's in place. You know, the chapter gave and provided questions, and they were providing answers directly from public safety on the issues that happen out in the communities. As the gentleman from Northern Agency who referenced to what I always say, that the world always turns in Window Rock. True. And I really, really would like to see if Mr. Delmar's or public safety could really, really tackle to work directly with these chapters, because I think that
Vice Chair, are you still there?
Oh, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
So how is public safety providing consultation to the chapters to address the needs? Because as legislatures, we have certain authorities, and if we can't meet the needs of the chapters, to try to get the program or the divisions to work with the chapters, how are they currently working with the chapters now? The dialogue between the chapters, and one individual earlier brought up a good point pertaining to, can the chapter establish its own MOU with neighboring counties and so forth for public safety? Because they're the ones that are facing the direct problems and direct issues. And how is the administration addressing that today? Because when you look at the 638 contract, Madam Chair, you're right. None of the Navajo Nation leadership, even in the Law and Order Committee, has never sat down at the table to negotiate the 638 contract with the federal government. But someone is negotiating. And maybe if we turn the negotiation process and have the chapters negotiate the 638 contract, because you have a better source and a direct impact from the communities. Chapters talking about drug issues. You have chapters talking about bootlegging issues of crimes, violence, so forth, domestic violence, alcohol. As the negotiator, whoever signs off on public safety, Mr. Delmar, so Department of Justice, I know that there's a Department of Justice representative on the line. How was the local communities' impacts were included in these negotiations? Where was the Navajo people's voice in these negotiations? Because the Department of Justice is not an elected official, nor the division director, or the directors for the individual 638 contracts that services those offices. Alcohol, oh, this is the normal, this is how they do it, and this is pass it through, and tomorrow, and those are a lot of the impacts. And maybe if we could start looking at how can we get the Navajo public involved in the 638 contract so that we have a direct voice from the Navajo public in saying, you know, I really feel for the satellite or satellite bands, Cancito, Alamo, and Rema. Maybe if we can just maybe give that portion of the police services back to the federal government, maybe they can control that at a smaller level. Oh, I just 638 contract. Oh, but retro seat, not yada. Business on dolly. But not the snake. I did a peso. Then yego. I did not isha. Alcohol. When you look at Big Navajo, everything is combined. And these public safety portion, I see yego. Now we need manpower. We need manpower. Public safety. There's a lot of issues. And then when you tell the communities public safety needs manpower, you know, a person would go and apply to become a police officer, go through the training. The Navajo, the Navajo, some of them don't go past a certain extent because they may have a criminal history. They may have a prior DUI or something like that. Whatever happened when they're, you know, what trouble they may have got into when they were young. And I always say that that's a reflection. You're a reflection of your mother and father to these children. It's a monkey see, monkey do scenario. And most likely that type of behavior is going on at that household where they come from. Even oh, you go chin leni, yego. Atan da huyol, so baby chen da huy said, Bajo ban lo de case. Not the Georgia that your class of hot. In Yajaj that okay. Head in the Hushes about months and hushes of the gas. Hush at the betray, hush of my son. But my son over trade as if it's a heart, they hard at the honest center. What there's enough eyes that his arrow shall show there. I change the other kid. Don't die, hold ya. And has it is what I over has said or the hair.
I should say, Vice Chair Otto, so thank you for those concerns and then also the recommendations. I think at this point, Director Delmar, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On the Vice Chair, I think that's one of the problems that we have. We deal with situations daily having to do with substance abuse. And as a result, we deal with domestic violence and everything associated with substance abuse. Of course, I think we lack that advice from the people. What you said is really true. I personally really appreciate what you said. Like you said, appreciate what one has out on the Navajo Nation. I see people that would really stand up to us as Navajo people and to give us advice on what is reality. We really don't talk about it, I believe. Nobody's here in here yet. Here the how could I get no do what our better needs needs at the house killed. But I really appreciate what you said, Vice Chair. So on I think that's more to be said. And we need to hear that more and more from our, not to say leaders, but from our parents. And I think we as a Navajo people, we lack that. So I always welcome that, and what you said is really true. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. So with that, are there any other questions or comments? I'm looking at my text messages now. I do see a text message Ms. Capitan, she did text me and she said just very clearly what Otto said needs to be done on the radio in the Diné language or English maybe 2 times a week. And Ms. Capitan, I think that we would be willing to entertain that that notion. I know that Law and Order Committee does have a small budget, and we have gone on to the radio before. Excuse me. So maybe perhaps a joint effort with Division of Public Safety and also the prosecutor's office. That would be nice if a campaign can be launched. You know, about the responsibilities that we all have with our children, and then also our family members who are drinking alcohol and committing crimes, or maybe even just drinking alcohol altogether. I did get a text message from an elected official who said, you know, is alcohol, you know, it's an issue. Is it legal on the Navajo Nation? And I said, no, it's not legal on the Navajo Nation. But that's one of the issues that we're having right now with bootleggers, is that we do have bootleggers who are coming onto the Navajo Nation and who are selling alcohol. And then we also have drug dealers who are coming onto the nation selling drugs. And it is increasing crime. In fact, when Acting Chief Prosecutor presented his information to us back in January, I believe he said that 90% of the crimes that are committed on the Navajo Nation had some connection to alcohol. And at that same time, Chief Francisco shared with the committee, with both committees, Health, Education, Human Services, and Law and Order Committee, that one individual in the, I believe it was the Tuba City community, has been arrested 200 times for public intoxication. And when the police respond, it's a catch and release. So they pick up the individual, they arrest them, they take them to detention, and then detention releases them. And it is an issue. As Captain Silversmith stated, there is a consent decree that was issued by the Navajo Nation Supreme Court. And we have been asking the Supreme Court to address the case. But I believe only a portion of it has been addressed. And that's what detention comes back to, is that they don't want to hold an individual because of that consent decree that was placed back in the 1980s. So we have been trying to work with the judicial branch. We have, Law and Order Committee has requested that this consent decree be addressed, but we cannot force another branch to address an issue. As we are oftentimes reminded as council delegates, we cannot overstep those, I guess we can't overstep in that area. So there are very big issues that are happening, but Ms. Capitan, I believe that we can make those public service announcements to remind families that really, if you want to help with crime, it starts with our teachings. So we can definitely look into that. So with that, there's nobody else that has texted me to ask to get back into the lineup. So with, hold on. Ms. Nora Morris texted me to say that Mr. Delmar did not respond regarding the comment made by Otto stating that the Navajo satellite community released back to the government regarding the 638. So Director Delmar, I'm going to go ahead and ask that you answer that question that was posed to you by Delegate, by Vice Chair Otto. So thank you.
I have an opinion about that. Pretty much, I think Tohajile had suggested that before for their community. We did say that we had no objections to it, but we do have a 638 contract in place for Alamo and also Tohajile included. We met with Tohajile in the past about this particular item. But we did say that that's the possibility of like Rima is doing or Rima did. But like everyone else is saying, it's pretty much it's coming from the community if they are concerned. From Tohajile, we did meet with them before, and we did say that we were not going to stand in your way in trying to get a contract put together for Tohajile. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for that, Mr. Delmar. So I'm looking back at my text messages. I don't have any other text messages coming in. So I believe that concludes the report that has been requested by the community regarding cross commission. And to be clear, it's not cross deputy, it's cross commission. There has been a motion raised by Delegate Edmund Yazzie and a second by Delegate Vince James. So with that, we can go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Since again, there are no questions or comments coming in at this time. So with Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
That's it. This is Mr. Eugene So.
Delegate Eugene So, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Kikoisins, I today. Oshapa honos $10. I llego a Shahos, Ashaka. Nare Washington, then Gido, Ati by the Anhat any young that. I don't President Biden not sign either. The woman that indigenous woman missing and murdered and was it called this step. And she not a hot in the Jida a call for thoughts out here.
Oh, Shazak, we can hear you.
All question. Yeah, that's just question and so on. This is next to the yesterday. What is so into the universe and into the future. The sensitive in has internet has long actually such as some next day your yesterday. He always cut in the nation. So, the called Barnett in the cross deputation commission to cross commission the Mr. One cook to sit down that was Barnett on caution size and is but I don't not on that but I I not there. La I did I not about on his I don't Christian cake was up a shift the law train but the ocean to ice now. What you do, what you did never touch it, actually headed up, I side up, fish out training. From that side, it had done. I'd make as a go kissing, artistry, paying up in chin. Head out, what the hotels and all, has was never seen this. You have to answer cases, I'd make at you. So, a pan seat, eat. But they say, as he say, in this particular organization, that is later. Say, Allah, acid up a then. The law and shift has order. Hala based about then I need that I need next up. The 638 contract, you don't not sign that. It all had acid up a car. In regards to data. He's on the way to Queen of that as actually is that they are contract in the I think other countries hang it down to this on the net all in regards to the population. We should have more policemen and he can two. Could I not long it on since I call even the RCDC
Bejestio Hahalji Arnleden. Die Kate and shit there in 638 issue that's in the rated or just us that even but since Trijikat in the Bahadilian onsen. The shady Shahad K100. In regards to 638 and the medical and the housing and the police department at A Road. Cause a audit a hate house and some ownership. Like an example, a good example is the housing. A housing based in Bengali, a village, Kahan, Kedahat, in shade of village, Kahan, either. She is Adan Sharan. You pay the best habits of Jaggy, as it asks, if she's in the Otan, now, zone patronage a Honda. So a young Shin Hans based on not consider us and Kedahan. I even on has changed for high like 100 on the year. The question that has job. I was changed or send that he say, I in Nashville, the sheet of this, and I live on Hanido Nana. I told I in the K had the addiction. But I gave it a lot. Or we got able to 8 and 50 you take shot at him that he kill. I don't cheat as net this either as plus a treatise. 8 and shit because of this 638 contract, because of the housing. I did all doing his spouse and 8 can't. Wait, all the A not to maybe said, okay, had care of me in there. So are they in the heart? Are the A not in heart? Are the only home must only or not in car not just by the hangard on the chill hadas are that are been the hot in that I don't throw that end that the Naki that she need and that kind that I add a had it out. Man, to be a lot in late, my cat had been it's unseen job. But they could a shishol niche law. Then how long all tragic another house are tragic. They have more authority over their parents, grandparents, elderly, a younger generation. How does it that? Or your east as a lean. The radio died outside of the Kidaham. Now, you ever have one of them says that a bunch of the other wagon, the hard transcendence of us on Kay had to walk. A house in the radar on the radar, some lady had not a. Now, you ever have one just died a other. Now, you have Nahan. I don't the A yell for care of best. Okay, you had to go out, twist on that card as on that cut. Oh, no, that ain't that I didn't live in here. I don't have to show for in keep that over me. But other A this and then ask for this all elderly, this I at the other whole art. So you're the native to the stop. But Jack the had cash at Norda, and Jack either gets it off the homes and Johnson died at Norda. They are definitely the grass at Norda. A screen down, mirror and dark cash out of Handa Dahda. Your area at us, Bahazingo, in Nasalan has no of the yard, other than parenting, emotional, spiritual, art, physical growth. It's a lot. It's of facial. But a hundred billion for 8 unfit but only cut all cut day cake, cut out I need cut all your need up. In city case, I see clear a case highly cut. There are some in the academic world where we are lacking a lot of emotional and spiritual growth. Oh, you hot and hutchin. They have doctor's degree in the Chong Banda Hutchin. Probably had a new dog at the house. All that. I can name a lot. I can illustrate a lot of things that happened before me since I was a council delegate. But that's a long story. But our husband got it. Neither on for she says, my son never. That's all hot after the now you have the baby not me baby in now. That's where you grow up emotionally and spiritually and physically. Age I will be in the back. It I in the hand, going to yard how Asha. A yard of it's a large and hushin. I look at the cut it all 80 cut. I need a cut. So you home, this is a this need us chin or you don't at the hospital as a lane or a east as a lane. A big happy and dash to die yet or just eat and that's basic. Your t-shirt, you had a car on the cray. Y'all can dust. But they need car, you seen it out, that's the choice for the elder, you think about that as other. You have a big high your but that's not on the cray. Yet or that all in so basic. Other you have not seen the other $100 glad and has no you cock. To call the whole eat and Hina January 6th. That's where we're headed. That's where we are now. Last one, my belt don't I don't talk. I didn't have keys. But you cock at this is no turning back, Helen. But only us as a parent can turn it back. But we need to work with the social service. That's where number one problem is. We need to research our old way of life. Adult so loud and not all crime is a high you cut. We're never going to resolve anything. The more crime, the more police, the more money in the police department. That's not going to save us. We're just going to go forever. We have to go back to parenting. I started behind us. They were lacking it. Even not hot at the street hot that's what's wrong. The whole United States, the whole world. No, those not maybe that's why that was in the Bible. Hard hold on it, hard hold on it. No hard say not to place. The horse has an ordinance on. All those on the skins, others I don't can. Climate change ends. I don't think that's strong and that now. And then told and that yes, I don't know sort of that crack. He crack. But in this Chicago on this case, we have three. Now that thing don't listen and that thing better. I got that show. There's so big house at Dash. He's Neil Halit. I was better hasn't done since that. Nixie just kid all this hard. That Nina at the hotel. Nixie be real. It's either the minutes or that, which see it. I thought I used to I thought about 100 each a beyond non-car. So this technology is nothing new to the old people. They already knew. I thought the whole in the past. So many billions of years I did saw the so it are owners a company Yahoo. We're just trying to put money at it and more bodies at it. But we need to understand it's the parenting part. Because all the yours and Aliago, your Tobas Mercato, yours, creature, but Haya, the Yanaho, they don't need. And so it take not only 10, 20, 50, might take 100 years. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's my main concern with becoming a council delegate. And my main concern trying to talk to the council delegates to understand what I'm talking about. Seems that they're too educated. Sometimes I feel that they don't understand me. But I understand them because that's where we are now, what the old people have said. And I do. And we get funds only for Band-Aid from the 638. We don't get funds for the main purpose to parent our kids again. Go back to square one, go all the way back to the roots. Because you got your little aja. It's right now. So I don't know. One question I would like to ask them on Francisco is: are we ready? Do we have a place where we have put away our food, our water? Hard, that's not what that see hard. Are we ready for it? Are we just wide open? For instance, I was just looking at how many weapons were bought in the 20th and 21st. So many millions. So I'll be hostile also in the hostile because I heard the same story on the other side from Washington, from all the Indian tribes. So couldn't be he could on phone on this case, but we need to try to fight daily with as much as we can help with. Not passing for out of us. A bad date, in here that date either. So I want this case. When you get old like me, I'm almost 70. Seems like there's no more day tomorrow. You can't say tomorrow. You had to do it right now. You had to enjoy yourself right now. It's constant. Don't live for granted. Every day you just have to be happy and try to talk to some people and try to tell them, no, this is what I see and this is what it is. It's looking right at us right now. And I was thinking about going on the air, or maybe a week or once a month, talk to people. What is going on? We need to change somewhere. And it's us, every one of us. It's all us. We're going to change it. Every one of us. It's us. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, she's asked for all of those comments. At this time, I would like to ask Division of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, if you would like to provide any comments to. I didn't hear any questions. It sounded like they were just comments that were being made. Division Director, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Delegate So and Vice Chair So too as well. I think that was a good thought that we should use the media to bring this message to the people, and I could perhaps help you with the financial stuff if that's an issue. But I know that we should go before KTMN or whatever to bring this message across, and I thought that was a really good idea. And I think we should make this sometime soon because this problem is ongoing. Daily, it's nightly, and there's no stop to it. So, Delegate So, Eugene So, Nathan So, and then Vice Chair Otto So, Josh Kenda. And we deal with stuff like this every day and every night. So perhaps we could do the soon is get on the radio and talk to the folks. So that's what I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. I think it is a really, really excellent question. And in fact, I'm getting ready to send an email here to Speaker asking him if we can go ahead and start working towards that PSA from LOC and then also Division of Public Safety regarding message to our Navajo people. So I'll be sending that, and I'll be sure to CC you on that, Director Delmar, as well as the Law and Order Committee members. So with that, if there's no other questions or comments, I know I did ask for the roll call vote. So I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward with that roll call vote since I don't have any other text messages that are coming in. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newman, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, 1 is the chair. So we appreciate everyone who's been on the call. The report has been accepted. So we're going to go ahead and we are moving down to the next item on the agenda. I misplaced my agenda, so let me pull it up now. So we're going to go ahead and move forward to item number 6. Mr. Delmar, thank you so much for your report, both you and Captain Silversmith. We appreciate your time and appreciate how you were able to answer all of the questions brought before this committee. The committee hereby accepts your report. So at this time, you are excused from the Law and Order Committee. As you have.
Thank you, ma'am.
So with that, committee members, we move down to item number 6, old business, there is none. Item number 7, new business, there is none. Item number 8, we are at the close of the meeting. But before we do so, I just want to make 3 announcements. First announcement is that we continue to have our Title 17 meeting that's held every Wednesday from 8:30 in the morning to 10:30. Lorraine will be sending out the information for this week. You can participate teleconference, so she'll be sending out that information. Hopefully we'll have Department of Justice on the line during that time, but we do appreciate Division of Public Safety's continued support in addressing Title 17. Number 2 announcement is that as a reminder, committee members, we do have Nabikiasket that is scheduled at 10 o'clock on the 18th, which is this Thursday. I believe that there was a list of legislations that are going to be added to the NABI agenda. So just an FYI as a reminder. And then the third reminder is that our November 22nd meeting, it is still, at this point, it is canceled. We'll be working with Speaker Damon to get clarifications on the meeting that will be happening on that day. So you'll be getting an email on that. So in light of our canceling November 22nd, November 29th is when we'll be having our next Law and Order Committee meeting, and that's going to be at the Utah Navajo Health Services in Blanding, Utah. Information will be provided on the location, and then also as a reminder about the meeting itself. People are welcome to listen in via teleconference. I am planning to be there during that time. So please let me know, committee members, if you cannot attend. That way we can let the host know how many people will be in attendance. So those are my 3 announcements. Are there any other committee members who have any announcements at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Otto So.
Motion made by Vice Chair Otto So, second by Delegate Vince James. I believe, was that you, Shanella?
Oh, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote for adjournment?
Yes, Madam Chair. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, it is now 4:09. The Law and Order Committee is hereby adjourned with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, 1 is the chair. So with that, committee members, thank you for your time. Thank you, chapters who are still on the line, for sharing your information, your concerns, and asking questions. So with that, we are hereby adjourned. Everybody be safe out there until our next Law and Order Committee on November 29th. We'll talk to you all then.